to this session of the Tacoma Park City Council. I'd like to call us to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, but I'm worried we don't have quorum yet.
We may not,
We may not.
too.
So we may have to let's see. This hasn't been a problem lately. Councilmember Smith is joining us. So now we can call the roll and call our word to meeting.
All right. So Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember Dabala. Councilmember Kostick.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Searcy.
Great. So this evening, it is 6 o'clock. You don't need to check your watches. We're beginning a little earlier this evening because we have some guests with us who are going to do a presentation on our redistricting process, and the council will have a discussion of the draft resolution regarding redistricting. I think I'm going to turn it over to the city clerk, if that's okay, just to give us an introduction of the folks who are joining us tonight.
Oh, sure. So tonight we have our consultants. We have Kate Doran from Flow Analytics and Joe Mormon from Bloom Planning are here to present on the proposed redistricting process. And after that, after the council has discussion and questions, the council will be discussing a draft resolution establishing criteria for the redistricting process. So Ms. Doran, you can take it away at your convenience.
Great. Thank you very much. I will just share my screen. All right, here we go. I'll be jumping in and out of this presentation to show different parts of the website that we've been working on as well. So I'm going to give a redistricting overview tonight and kind of walk through what this process is going to be starting now through the fall into the early part of next year. And I have with me as well Joe Mormon from Bloom Planning, who's going to be working on the community engagement piece that you will hear about later on. So I'm from Flow Analytics. I'm a senior GIS analyst at Flow. And I'm actually not located in Vancouver, Washington, where the headquarters is. I'm located in Maine, so I'm on the East Coast with you all. So we are part of Malthoster Alongi, which is a consulting firm. We're a GIS and data analytics firm, almost entirely GIS staff working at Flow, and we work primarily with local governments and school districts throughout the country. And most recently, I've been working very closely with the school district at Harford County. So for the past year now, I've been working on redistricting for their elementary schools, and they have their superintendent session is tonight, actually. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. So we take a very data-driven approach to redistricting, and we've never worked for a political party. We have lots of redistricting experience with school districts and and lots of local government redistricting as well. Like I said, Harford County. We also worked recently in Camden City and Philadelphia, and then we have lots of redistricting projects going on right now. I'm currently working on projects in Griffin, Georgia, and Lincoln, California. So I'm learning about redistricting across the country, really. And then Joe will tell you about Bloom Planning.
Thanks, Kate. Good evening, everyone. I'm Joe Mormon. I'm a consultant with Bloom Planning. We're a Philadelphia-based strategic planning and engagement design firm focused on pre-K through 12 nonprofit and municipal projects. We're, as Kate mentioned, going to be spearheading the community engagement portion of this effort. Specifically, I will be facilitating the 2 community engagement sessions that will be taking place, one in October and a second one tentatively scheduled for early December. So we're working with the city and with Flow Analytics to design and then to facilitate those two sessions. As an organization, we're really focused on building authentic relationships with our partners. And we're really focused as well on partnership, equity, and inclusion, especially in the community engagement process. And you can see on the screen a few of the projects that we've had the opportunity to work on recently as it relates to boundary revisions, enrollment planning, and so forth, mostly focused on the East Coast. So that's a little bit about us.
Thanks, Joe. All right, let's get into the process. So we have kind of a two-part approach to this process. We have the outreach and engagement, a lot of which Joe is working on, and then the analysis, which is primarily what Flo will be working on. So I'll walk through the outreach and engagement process first. We've talked with the city about what's needed for a fair and transparent process for Takoma Park. The community engagement strategy we've had a meeting about, and talking through how we'll engage the community and how this process will be fair and equitable, and how do we get outreach out to folks. This is our kind of pre-map meeting. So before anyone sees any maps of proposed changes to ward boundaries, we're holding this meeting so that we can explain the process and try to get more engagement in the process. We are using online mapping tools, including or just online tools in general, but we will have an online mapping tool. We also have a couple of surveys that people can fill out. I will walk through those a little bit later on. And then just collecting feedback, public comments, and then what is really key for us at Flow, we're great at using mapping data. We're great at using tabular data and bringing all of those elements together. And the pieces that we don't have, it's not something we can download, is where is your community? And, how do you consider yourselves a community, and trying to get that information from folks. If you consider your community as one area and you'd like it to be within one ward, we need to know that, and we need to know where it is. So that's really the community piece that we need. Is it a neighborhood? Is it an HOA? Is it, a certain cultural kind of area in the city? Trying to learn from the community about those areas so we can draw those boundaries with those in mind. So trying to get as much feedback as we can. So with that in mind, we have a new redistricting website. So the city has a redistricting website set up that I will show you in a moment, and that will take you over to what we are calling the redistricting engagement portal, and that's where all the tools are. So I'm going to jump out of the PowerPoint and go over to these websites and walk through them, just so that we know, where all of this stuff is, and how people can get engaged in this process through these tools. All right. So here is the website. If you go to the city of Takoma Park and search redistricting, it will come up. You can also see the URL at the top here. This page has, about the project. What are we doing this fall? How are we, working on this project? FAQs, why does redistricting matter? How can I get involved? And then project info and timeline. So all of this is kind of on this redistricting website. And then if you want to access the mapping tool, the surveys, the meeting links, all of the kind of the maps, all of that will be on this redistricting engagement portal. So you can click on this here, or you can click on the words here, and that will take you over to this portal, which is the redistricting 2021 portal. And really this is about getting people to help us draw these boundaries, with the community in mind. So one thing to note here is that there's a translate button on this page. It's over here on the left, and it will follow you down the page as you scroll. So folks can click here and then select a language, and it will translate into any language. So if anyone needs to read this in another language, it's pretty easy to switch that over to a different language. Scrolling down, just ways that people can participate. So attending meetings or viewing this meeting later as a recording. And those meetings will all be found at the bottom of this page, the upcoming meetings. There is a redistricting survey where folks can talk about their communities. or paper copies will be available at the library, the community center, and the recreation center. So you don't have to have the internet to be able to submit your survey and talk about your community. So those will be available. You can submit other comments or questions. So if it's not about your community, but you have other comments or questions generally, we have a comment form as well. And then when the mapping tool is available, which will be on October 8th, everyone will be able to create and submit proposed ward maps. So it's kind of like a puzzle, and we will have a demo available on this site when that tool comes out, where you actually get to move there's census blocks, which are the smallest census geography. You get to move those around and see if you can get the population balanced under 10% variation between the different wards while keeping communities in mind. So we will also have a mapping tool for those who are inclined. And that will be made available around October 8th. And then council meetings, you can watch or attend council meetings, and we will have community meetings. So there's a lot going on. So I'm going to walk you down here. So this is where the tool will be on October 8th to be able to draw your own maps and submit them and say, this is what I'd like to see. And then Flow takes that into account when we are creating scenario maps for the city. You can take the redistricting survey. So that looks like this, where you would add your name, your address, which ward you live in. So you can click here and see which ward you live in if you don't know. If your community has a name, you can add that to the survey. You can describe your community here, and then you can draw the community boundary. So if you know where the community is, geographically, that's also helpful for us because we're pulling this information into maps. So I'll show this tool really quickly. This is a map. It's already centered on Tacoma Park. So if you had an address, you could type it in, search it, it would zoom right to it. Or you can just zoom in if you generally know where your neighborhood is. And then to submit an area, so you might have described if you draw it, you can click this area tool, and then it gives you this little pencil. So you get to click and draw, and I will just draw a box around this particular neighborhood and say, this is my community. I want to make sure we're all staying in the same ward. So double click to finish, and that's the shape. And then you can hit submit. If you wanted to add more to it, or if you didn't draw it correctly, you can hit delete, start again, and then redraw the area. If you meant to include this entire area, then that might be what you want to submit. You can also go here and edit. So you can change these, by pulling on any of these circles, you can kind of change the boundaries. Oh, wait, I actually did just want this area here. And then you click finish, and then, okay, I'm going to submit this one. So it's pretty easy to, and then you can delete it if this wasn't what you wanted, or, if it's, if you don't want to submit a map, you don't have to. But it is nice for us to be able to know, this is the community area that I am talking about that I would like to keep inside of one ward. And we actually pull these all together into one map. And we do analyses to make sure that wards aren't, crossing, or how many of these communities are ward boundaries potentially crossing. We do analyses like those. So that's the redistricting survey. And if we go back here, if someone just had comments or questions about the process, could be comments on how the process went last time, how you'd like to see it go this time, or just questions about the process, you can click submit comment, and then let me move this toolbar. Here we go, the Zoom toolbar. So if you click submit comment, then that takes you here. So again, first and last name, email address if you want. If you want to reply, we would need that. Residential or business address, and then, generally, what is your question or comment related to, and then your comment. So pretty quick, survey if you just had a comment or a question, for how this process works, or how you'd like to see it work. All right, so those are kind of where the surveys are and where the tool will be, and we will have a demo for that tool later as well when that's available. So key dates, and these are somewhat mirrored in the meeting and events calendar, but we are here at number 1, which is great. And then we have our first community engagement meeting is in October. Then Flow, during that and after, Flow will be working on scenario maps for the city council. So we're not just presenting one scenario, we're presenting a few different scenarios of here's, variations of how the boundaries could work. They will all follow the redistricting criteria that I will talk about in a moment, but they will be different options. So at least we're kind of working with several options that people can look at and respond to. Then we'll have a second community meeting where the community also gets to respond to these maps that has been presented, and we get more information. And then we come up with a final scenario that will be proposed in January. So meeting and events calendar down here, the meeting links and the agendas and the minutes and any kind of information for registering for a Zoom or anything like that will be in this calendar. And then we also have the map tool launches in the calendar, just so folks remember when that's happening. So that's basically the portal page. It's where the tools will be, it's where the maps will be, it's where the surveys are right now. Folks can start filling out those surveys now and getting their communities included in this process. All right, any questions on I'll take a minute and ask if there's any questions about the websites or the surveys before I jump back into my presentation.
Kate, this is the mayor. I'm not, Councilman Dybala just raised her hand. And then Councilman Kostick.
Yes, thank you. This was really interesting. So is there gonna be any demographic information, changes in demographics posted anywhere so that when people are doing the survey, talking about questions that they might, filing questions they have, whatever, that they have some of the new information to go by, or at least available to them to consider?
Yeah.
Second question while I'm at it, and then I'll stop. On the survey proper, will you be asking for demographic information of any sort besides ward? Thank you.
So for the survey, we don't ask for demographic information, but they can volunteer that, I am part of this community that is, this cultural group, this race, this ethnicity, this income group, just they can volunteer that information in the survey if they want to. We do have that information from the census generally for the city. And we will have the maps and data available on the redistricting portal. And the mapping tool itself will also have that demographic information.
Will the data precede the scenario maps?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the first scenario maps we won't be seeing until November.
Right,
because we do want to make sure the community process, we get that community input before we finalize some of those scenarios. So we will have information about changes that have happened with the census data between 2010 and 2020 on the site, and it's in the mapping tool as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mayor, do you want me to jump in?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry,
I pinned Kate, so I can't see everybody, but go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation so far, and looking forward to the rest of it. I had a kind of a technical question, but after hearing Councilmember Dybala's question, I did kind of want to follow up on her question about the demographic information in the survey itself. Is that something that you have asked in any other community? And could you see some value in doing that? I'm just thinking, in terms of assessing the diversity of the responses that we get and making sure that we are, reaching more members of the community and getting kind of general feedback from many different people, that seems like it could be valuable to have.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in other kind of community of interest surveys. It's much more about like, you describe your community and tell us where it is, and we will try to assess that and see if we can keep it within a certain district boundary. But if that's something that might be valuable to the city, the other thing is that we do have the demographic information from the block groups, and that is something that we will be keeping track of, and not something that we have ready yet with the data, but that we are working on, checking to make sure there isn't any, if there need to be a certain number of majority minority district or wards in the city, depending on demographics and geography, that's something else that we also will be paying attention to. But yeah, that's something that I haven't seen it in community of interest surveys before, but it could be something that you ask, or especially if it's optional, if people wanted to put it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think maybe as an optional question that could be valuable. My second question was related to language. I was just briefly glancing at the survey, and it looks like it's using a Google Translate. Is that right? For the different languages?
Yeah.
Is it possible to have someone maybe just read through a native language speaker, maybe for our larger languages, like French, Amharic, and Spanish, just to read through and make sure that there's no kind of oddities in that, since I know sometimes Google Translate can be a little strange.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know if Jesse wants to jump in, I think we were talking about that with Bloom, kind of translation services, and figuring out what level of translation services we might need and how much. And so, obviously offering the inherent translation services is free, so I think beyond that, we would have to talk about what kind of translation services might be needed for various parts of the project. But I know it's something we did start talking through.
Yeah, I was actually kind of a little bit surprised to see the Google Translate, because for my other work, we recently did a website, and we're told that that wasn't an option anymore. So I'm actually kind of curious to see that it is an option. But I have heard that there can be some sort of subtle political missteps that can happen in translations that are not intended. And I just want to make sure that nothing is communicated in the wrong way, particularly in the languages where we have a large number of speakers who might be accessing it. So just want to be mindful of that as we move forward.
Yeah, Councilmember Costick, if I can just interject quickly, we definitely are talking about having the actual surveys translated, especially we would be preparing paper copies as well. So there's every reason to make it available in the 4 languages.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you elaborate on minority majority wards, districts, and some of your other work that you've done? Just how those elected officials considered that, and how you went about creating those districts/wards.
Yeah, I have some slides about it coming up. And so when I get to those slides, I will try to remember to also talk about other projects that are having the same discussions right now about majority minority districts. If you don't mind, then I can wait till we get to that slide and then try to bring that back up again if that works.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. And Kate, I just wanted to underscore what Councilmember Costick said about adding the demographics. One of the other reasons why I think it might be useful is because in the city, we've been looking at community engagement from a number of different ways and how we do it. And looking back at different ways of community engagement and really understanding like who's participating is important for us. So I think collecting those data may not have direct application to your work, but
Right.
for the city is actually really useful information. You know, I know you're working with the city clerk on the community meetings, and I just want to make sure conversations are happening regarding whether or not those will be closed captioned or if we will have an ASL interpreter at the meetings. And how we're reaching out to members of our community who are deaf to be able to participate. And I don't see any other hands, so I will turn it back to you.
Great. Yes, and we are talking through those types of, you know, how do we make sure that these are accessible to everyone types of conversations. And I agree that, you know, while we might not need the demographics of the survey answers for drawing boundaries, it's definitely something that, you know, as people are, I think we talked about this in our last meeting, as people are filling out the surveys, if we can see where, you know, we'll know where, at least what ward and what neighborhood they're talking about, kind of starting to build this map of who is submitting information to us and what are the parts of the city where people aren't, you know, submitting information. I think demographics plays into that too, because then you can start to target those specific areas for, hey, make sure you're engaging in this process. It's, you know, it's for everyone. So I think any type of information gathering in those surveys that you need, it's easy. It's very easy for me to add in. So I think that's a great idea. Okay. Let me jump back over here. So that was kind of our, here's where everything is. Here's how we're starting off this process with trying to put this information out there and be transparent. So the project timeline, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in this process. So you can see here we are on 9/22. So we've got 3 things going on just today. We've got this meeting that we are in right now, the draft resolution review, and the redistricting engagement portal launch, which is out all today. And then at the next council meeting, council will be voting on the draft resolution that is being reviewed today, which is for criteria for the redistricting process. The scenario modeler tool will come out so that the community has a chance to use it and submit maps if they like, or just the, you know, the community surveys and the comments, gathering all that before the community engagement meeting, and then also using that meeting to get feedback from the community. And Joe will talk more about the format of those later. So you can see it kind of goes between informational meeting, community engagement meeting, and then the preliminary options, the preliminary map scenarios meeting, and then another community engagement meeting to respond to that. And then a couple weeks after that second meeting, we will close the modeler tool. We're basically closing comment because we will have, you know, hopefully had all of the, you know, all of the feedback, and we need to be working on the final maps at that point. And then mid-January would be the third meeting and a public hearing with the accepted option presentation. So there's a lot, you know, kind of going on right now, especially kicking all of this off, getting the tools ready, getting the data ready, putting everything up on the site. But the site is meant to be a place that people can come back to, see the updated links, see the modeling tools, see the new versions of the maps, you know, so that's a living website that we will keep adding to throughout the process. All right, analysis, which is my favorite part. So the redistricting process, we're following Voting Rights Act, you know, rules. So these are kind of the guidelines that we follow when we are making scenario maps for the city. So any maps that we are presenting will follow these rules. We wouldn't put a scenario up that doesn't. So we might have several scenarios and they all look different, but they would all, you know, follow these rules. So the districts have to be population balanced, and I will get into what that means. They have to be contiguous, so you can't have piece of Ward 2 over here and piece of Ward 2 over here. Has to be done in compliance with any local, state, federal laws, including the Voting Rights Act. The districts may not favor or disfavor a protected class or political party, should be as compact as possible, should preserve communities of interest where possible. I have another client and they have a community of interest that is larger than the size that a district should be. so we have to split that one because they can't be bigger. They can't be out of population balance just because they're considered themselves a community of interest. So where possible, and districts should preserve to the extent possible use of existing administrative and natural boundaries. So, you know, a major highway, a river, things like that. So I'll kind of walk through each of these, you know, each of these different pieces so everyone understands the, you know, there's some limitations on how we can draw these new ward boundaries. So this is the current map, just in case folks haven't looked at the ward map in a little while. It's a good chance to look at it. And it's available on the Tacoma Park website. This is not my map. This is a really great map that's already on the city website that shows all 6 wards in the city. So when we're talking about balancing population, it's interesting. So the balanced population is total population. So it's, you know, all ages of people. It's not an alternative measure like number of registered voters or what they call the citizen voting age population, so everyone over 18 or over 16 in some cities. And this basically reflects that, you know, council members represent all residents, not just people who are eligible to vote. So we have a little bit of math over here in the corner. So when we talk about deviation from the ideal population, what we mean is the ideal population is the mean population of all districts. So your total population divided by 6, and that's your ideal. We're never going to get to the ideal because we use census block boundaries as our building blocks, literally, for wards. And so, you know, we try to get close to that ideal population, which would be an exact, you know, mean of all of the districts. And then basically the deviations between the most populated district and the least populated district. So you might have one that's a little bit over, one that's a little bit under that ideal. What's the difference between them? And that difference needs to be less than 10%. And we try to aim for, you know, 5% or less if we can, because the more balanced it is, you know, the more even the representation is within the city. So when we talk about, you know, deviation from the ideal population, you know, that sum being under 10%, that's what we mean. So you'll see that number a lot, like 10% deviation. And that means you've got, you know, or you might see 20% deviation. And okay, we need to keep working on this to bring it down so that there's more equity between all of the population in the districts or in the wards. So just kind of a history and relating it to the 2020 census, which is the data that we are using now. Jesse and I were just talking, this is the 2013 redistricting process that the city went through using the 2010 census data. So folks might have heard of the American Community Survey, which is a census survey that happens between censuses. Redistricting does not use the American Community Survey, it just uses the census. So if it's 2013, you have to use 2010. If it's 2019, you have to use 2010. So you have to use the decennial census data for these processes. So the city population was 17,015 at the time. So you've got your ideal population is 2836. The range between the district that was most over the ideal and most under was 8.24%. Great, it was under 10%. So that's, you know, what you're looking for. It's pretty balanced. And so, you know, this is the 2010 population, or yeah, the 2010 population data for this process. But in 2010 or in 2013, the wards were drawn in a way where they split census blocks. And so if you look at the current census blocks, where they are with the population that they are now, and you don't split them and say, well, okay, if we're not going to split the blocks, You know, can we just keep the nearest blocks in each ward and call it good? Can that be our new boundaries for the wards in the city? So imagine, you know, instead of splitting it, you take the nearest one and show that. So if we, you know, kind of compare that and look at that with the 2020 population, you can see that the overall deviation is 77%. So that's not a method that's really going to work, just taking the nearest one and hoping it'll kind of even out. So this is the data that we will be looking at in the scenario modeler tool. We're looking at whole census blocks to do these analyses. So you can see that District 3, you know, with those particular blocks, if they are wholly included in Ward 3, would be 50% over that ideal ward population. So Ward 3's boundary would have to be smaller, and Ward 4 and 5's boundaries would likely have to expand. So that's kind of what we're starting to look at with the 2020 data. And I see a hand raised. I don't know if we can pause here if we want to pause and look at the numbers here.
Great, Councilman Devala.
I wanted to ask a quick question. Will you be showing us a map of the census block boundaries? Because I would find that helpful.
Yes. In the next slide, I have the block group boundaries in the next slide, and in the
Okay,
mapping,
great.
in the mapping
Great.
tool, the mapping tool is at the block level. It's very fun.
Okay.
It's not ready yet, but it is like, it's very interesting to look at because you do get to see, you know, what if I move this particular block from this ward to this ward? Oh, okay, the population deviation went down by this much, you know, and you start to kind of balance it out. So I can show you here.
Sure.
So this is, oh,
My-
sorry, go ahead.
My second related
Oh,
question.
yeah. Here, I'll jump back.
What is the reason that doing it by the nearest census block is important in a small community like this?
Yeah, so I think I'm not advocating for it.
Okay.
I can kind of show you here in the next map. So you can see, like, here is a particular block group, this one in orange. And there's blocks within that were split in the last one, in the last redistricting. So if we, you know, said, okay, we're not going to split blocks, so then let's look at what does it look like if we take the whole blocks in the current ward boundaries. That's where you would get this, you know, this number where the range is too high. So then we know, you know, okay, 3, you know, Ward 3 is if we assume that the boundary is something like this, where it's including this whole block, it's too big. So we're going to have to adjust those, you know, blocks that were split. Some of them will you know, stay in 3, and some of them might move to 2 or 4, or, you know, other ones that need more population.
Okay, I'm
But this-
sorry, I'm
yeah.
having a little trouble here. The black lines are the ward boundaries.
Yep.
So what are the block groups?
Those are all the different colors.
Okay.
So this is the
Thank you.
difference in population between 2010 and 2020 for the block groups. So you can see, you know, district or Ward 5 declined in population over time, and or kind of the areas that are near Ward 5 and 4. And you can see that 2 and 6 really came up in population over time. So those are the areas where you're going to look at those trade-offs for the boundaries. I see
Sorry,
another
Councilmember Kovar.
hand.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was just looking at the maps. They're really interesting. Councilmember Kovar. Councilmember Kovar, are you?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for all the information. Just one other question on the criteria that you went through earlier for the ward boundaries, which included communities of interest and the 10% and so on. You didn't mention one thing, and I just wondered whether this falls into a community of interest or not. So often, and maybe not in this case, but often there's an effort in redistricting at various levels to try to keep the districts fairly similar to what they have been in the past. Is that considered a goal that's desirable? Are those things considered administrative units or communities of interest, or is that just, that's just the way it goes, and that's not one of the characteristics that we would be you would recommend that we look at, or that we'd be required to look at?
Typically, we start with the existing boundaries and then edit along those edges because yes, those wards are typically, they've been in that ward for 10 years or longer. And so it's definitely, we don't advocate for erase the lines and redraw them from scratch. We do try to keep, as much of the ward as possible. It's not in the Voting Rights Act criteria for redistricting. And Jesse, I don't know if it's in the criteria that you're going to talk about later. I'm not sure that it is in the resolution that we're talking about later, but we tend to start with the existing wards and then try to, edit along those edges between the boundaries between them, and not try to do a wholesale, revision of the boundaries, beyond what is necessary for the process.
And not to interrupt, but are there 10 census block groups? How many?
There are, let's see.
There are not 6.
No. There's 6 wards here, and then where the gray lines are is the kind of different block groups. And then we will actually be working with the block level, which is kind of hard to see, in an overall, this is generally where population has changed within the city. But when we get to the mapping tool level, we get to, look at individual blocks and kind of look at those population changes and look at, where those blocks might need to move to in this redistricting.
So the colors don't correspond to either census block groups or to wards? I'm having a little trouble seeing the gray line.
Yeah, so the census block groups are in the colors. So if you look at this darkest one,
So you look at
that's one block group.
Okay.
And it happens to be entirely within Ward 6, and it experienced the highest change in population.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Kovar, do you have another question? He took down his
Well,
hand.
he's thinking, can I ask, you say that's entirely within Ward 6. Does it also extend outside of the city limits?
I don't think that particular block group does. I'd have to look into that, but I don't think that one does in particular.
But it would be possible some of those on the borders might extend into jurisdictions outside of Tacoma Park.
Yeah, and that's why with the mapping tool, we look at the blocks specifically, because the block level fits into the city boundary. And so we only include the blocks in the mapping tool that are within the city boundary.
Great. You can continue, Kate, with your, I don't see anything else.
Yeah, and this is something that, on the redistricting website or the portal, if it's helpful to have a block level change map like this, I think that could be really cool. And I think that would be helpful for people to see, where do I live though? And how many people, were added to that area. So the mapping tool, is very helpful. It shows where the blocks are and allows you to move them between districts. But, seeing a change map at the block level sounds like it would be helpful and something we could put up on the portal website. I'm going to make a note to do that. And we are, as of, I think, last week, they put together a crosswalk. I don't know how much folks care or know about census block geographies, but they do change over time because population changes over time. And so they did put together a crosswalk, the census did, of blocks 2010 to 2020. So we can show that change over time. So I can try to get that map put up on the portal soon. All right. So this is where we get into Voting Rights Act and demographics. So you're not allowed to draw ward boundaries based on any particular population. But you're also not allowed to disenfranchise people. So it's this kind of push and pull of making sure you're doing the right thing. And I think everyone here understands this, but for folks who might be watching, if you have a minority group that is concentrated in one geographic area, and they make up, enough people, and it gets into citizen voting age population, enough people that you could have a majority minority district. So this teal area, you have a minority group where they are 25% of the overall population, but in this area, they make up more than 50% of that particular district. So if that's the case in Tacoma Park, which it looks like it is in some cases based on demographics, we would be looking at doing a citizen voting age population analysis and trying to ensure that there are minority wards in the city. So that's something that we need to dig into more with the data, and then kind of present that data out and make sure that we are, looking at that data as well. The flip side, as we've seen with gerrymandering and other, processes, is that this is the same map of same dots, but you draw the districts in a way that splits that population into several districts, and you end up with vote dilution. And so that's not something that we're looking to do either. So we're not trying to pack votes in any particular ward, and we're not trying to dilute votes in any particular ward. So generally, you're looking at trying to make sure that the minority group that has citizen voting age population that's half or more of the district, so just over 50% is all you're really looking for. There's no target, goal. It's really based on the geography of the community. But it is something that we start to include in our, looking at our analyses and making sure that, while we are not drawing boundaries specifically to keep any one particular group together, if there are areas that, where we can have majority minority wards in the city, we will be looking at those when we're looking at the data. So the rule of thumb is don't set out to hurt voters based on race or ethnicity. That's and generally, if you don't set out to hurt voters, you're not doing anything on purpose, and you're kind of keeping the data in mind and looking at, different populations within the city. I do have, this was an example, I think I was going to pause here and talk about examples of this. So one of my other clients, they have a city that is 25% Hispanic, and we were thinking, okay, well, we can do this citizen voting age analysis. We did. It looked like we would be able to have one of their districts have over 50% Hispanic in that district. So when we started to try to build that district that might have that group, the group is actually geographically dispersed enough that we can't incorporate enough people in one area to make up 50% without the district being way overpopulated with the rest of the people that live in it. And so it's this interesting push and pull that we do, but it is something that we are keeping an eye on. And I know there was a question from before about that. And does that answer your question? I can't remember who.
It was Councilmember Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So it is something that we analyze, we have tables for, and we keep in mind, and that we output tables, of demographics per scenario. So in this scenario, here's how, kind of these populations are playing out. So that will all be really clear for folks to see. All right, communities of interest, I think we talked about with the survey, but it's a loosely defined thing. It's not an officially defined thing. One definition, it's a population that shares common social and economic interests. basically it's about representation. So do you feel that you should be all included in one ward so that you are fairly represented, and not split between 2 or more wards? Or it could be, communities that have common needs and interests. This is geography, social interaction, common interests. And then some examples are school districts, neighborhood associations, special districts, defined, neighborhoods, just areas where people think of. It's it's almost like a feeling. I have a specific neighborhood where I live, and I could draw the boundaries on a map and say, this is my community within my city. And so getting that information from folks is going to be really helpful for drawing these scenarios in a way that, the community feels heard. Okay. Contiguity. We can't have a piece off to the side unless it is a literal island with a bridge or a ferry to it, which I don't think is the case in Tacoma Park. Compactness, we have a series of compactness statistics that we output for all of our scenarios. So we're not trying to make, Jerry salamanders out of where we are drawing these blocks. We try to keep them as compact as possible, which is what the wards look like now. And then existing natural boundaries is things that are being currently used in the ward boundaries, like this Long Branch water body here that's between 6 and 2. You can see Carroll Ave here, and this Sligo Creek. So there's already, areas where we're looking at, oh, okay, this is an existing natural boundary. It probably defines the edge of a neighborhood potentially. So using those as we can, and not, including, a few houses across the street, trying to keep these groups together. All right, so that's kind of all the criteria we are trying to keep in mind while we are building these scenarios, while we are gathering this information. So we do this very iterative process with you all. So we're in the data collection phase right now, and with the community information coming in, we do scenarios, draft map scenarios. We get more community input on those scenario maps, and then do revisions to those maps. And then the final process is the plan adoption. And so we've done this process, I want to say hundreds of times now, actually, just in the last 5 years. So, but earning public trust is very important. Wanting the process to be transparent, equitable, getting this information out as much as possible to groups that should be involved in the process, using the data that's available, and using this community informed. The engagement meetings are going to be great for that, using these surveys and having these tools available. All right, so next steps, the web portal and the survey are live today. So they're up now. The district scenario modeler tool, where you get to build your own ward map, will be launching on October 8th. And that's available for the public. It will be on the redistricting website, the link to the tool, and it will be a mapping tool and also a couple of questions, to go along with the map, because we might have one person filling out the community, survey. Here's my community of interest. We might have another person drawing a map in the mapping tool and saying, here's why I think the ward should be drawn like this, and then they can submit that map. So we've kind of got another piece of it, where if people really want to get into the data and the maps and really look at the blocks and how they've changed, and it's got the demographics, and we can even load in, we can load in school district boundaries, so you can look at those on the map and see where those communities are, and are they being split, that kind of thing. So tool is very cool. So I can't wait to demo it and have you folks jump in and use it. And then the first community engagement session will be on October 21st. And I will also demo the tool at that. And then Joe can tell you more about what's going to happen at the community engagement session.
Sure. So for this first session on October 21st, the goals are, there's two primary goals. One is for it to be an educational opportunity for residents to understand what redistricting is, why it matters to them, what the specific process looks like for Tacoma Park, how they can engage in the process, and then specifically how their feedback and input will be used in ultimately in the final decision. So there will be a component of the meeting on the front end that will be more informational in nature to make sure everyone who's a part of that meeting has sort of a common knowledge base to build from. The second part of that will be the actual engagement piece. So really for this first one, focusing on communities of interest, that's a big focus in the survey that Kate just walked through. So we will have some initial data from that survey that we'll be able to share with participants in that meeting of what we've heard so far in terms of what kind of ward representation we've seen from the survey, what we're hearing already in terms of communities of interest that are most important to consider in the process, and then will there be opportunity for participants to weigh in, react to that, add additional insights in that meeting. The specific format will depend ultimately on the number of participants who are actually there, and we'll be ready to facilitate whether it's a handful or if it's hundreds. We hope it's hundreds. And of course, we'll build in some Q&A time and then sort of a call to action at the end for folks to get in there and use the mapping tool to make sure they take the survey if they haven't already, and then to hopefully bring in their neighbors, their friends, their family members to also participate in the process, and then promoting and talking about that next meeting in December, which will ultimately be more focused specifically on the different scenario maps and providing a space for community members to learn more about those, to provide feedback and input on those as that critical juncture in this overall process. So that's a quick overview of the 21st and then what's to come after that.
Thanks, Joe. And that is all that we have for tonight. And I think we're probably opening it up to more questions if there's time.
Yeah, we have a few minutes. I'd also like us to review the resolution that we have that will come before us to vote on next week. So before we move to that, does anyone have any questions for Joe or Kate? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, but Joe or Kate, I think as we're going through the resolution, we may have questions. So if you don't mind hanging out for just a little bit longer for us. And I don't know if the city clerk wanted to walk us, I'm happy to walk us through the resolution, or if the city clerk wanted to do that and point out certain things.
Mayor Stewart, I would be happy to have you do it. Yes.
Sure. I can share my screen and pull it up for folks. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. I'll just walk us through this. This is also on the city website on the agenda page. And I ask my colleagues if you want to stop at any point or ask a question, just jump in. The first few whereas clauses just sort of establishes what we're doing. Basically that we have to go through the redistricting process. Starting at line 16, the next two whereas clauses specifically talks about what is in our city charter. Some of the things that Kate already covered about each ward shall be compact, adjoining territory, and have substantially equal population. That the wards shall be equal in population, provided is practical and apportioned consistently. And then starting at line 26, it talks about the standard for substantially equal population that's different in population between largest and smallest ward should not exceed 10%, which Kate went over. Councilmember Siemens, yes.
Yes, up in the second whereas, I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong place. But anyways, the fourth one, the principle of one person, one vote, but that's really not the principle we're talking about, because we're talking about total population, right? That the wards are divided equally on total population, not voting population.
Councilmember Siemens, that's correct, but one person, one vote is the standard. I mean, that's the constitutional standard, but Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the language that we would typically use for this. But if there's something, a better way to say this, we can do that.
Language doesn't appear in the charter though, right?
No. Or
In
doesn't.
fact,
No.
in fact, the population that we're dividing up equally is not even defined in the charter.
It does appear in the charter. It says apportion consistently with the principle of one person, one vote.
Which
in the
seems to be
charter.
different from one person, which seems to be different than basing the division on total population.
Well, why don't we flag that?
Mhm.
That's why we have work sessions. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Why don't we flag that? And the city clerk can talk to the city attorney, and we can look at what the charter says and maybe need to change that whereas clause or
Thank
add
you.
an additional one. Thank you for catching that. All right, I will continue. Line 27, we're seeking to conduct a transparent and data-driven redistricting process. I think we've had that outlined for us this evening. Talks about that we're contracting with Flow Analytics to conduct the review and redistricting process. And Bloom is assisting us in the community education and engagement. And then at line 37, it talks about in addition to the required criteria mentioned above, the council will consider community of interest, information, and feedback provided by residents during the public engagement process. I think that encapsulates all that we saw in our presentation that night. Then we move down to our resolve clauses. Again, I think all of this is pretty reflective of what we just talked about. Each ward shall have substantially equal populations, but the 10% rule there. If we're considering other criteria, the council will go reducing the difference between the largest and the smallest wards to 5% or less. Wards shall be compact, composed of adjoining territory that is geographically contiguous, shall recognize natural boundaries where practical. No ward shall be gerrymandered to ensure the election or defeat of any incumbent candidate or potential candidate. And using information gathered from residents during the community meetings and other engagement opportunities, ward boundaries may be drawn so as to keep a particular neighborhood community within one ward as opposed to dividing that neighborhood and community. So that is the resolution as we have it now. Are there any additional questions or Councilman Dabala?
Yes, thank you. So this doesn't actually say anything one way or the other about block groups or keeping block groups together, right? Just the one thing I was kind of concerned about.
That's correct. This doesn't address that. And so I think it's worthy of council discussion. So to have, so it's only by using whole, not block groups, but by not splitting census blocks, that's how we get good data. So the demographic data and the population data is from the census rather than us having to estimate it.
Mhm.
So that I think it personally, as a staff member, I think it would not be a bad thing for the council to agree to not split census blocks, but it's ultimately the council's decision.
Census blocks or census block groups, because it does.
Blocks, census
Blocks.
blocks are really
This-
quite small.
Yeah, quite small.
Like a
Okay.
block.
Those are the, yeah, that's the neighborhood.
That's where I
level.
was confused because it
Yeah.
doesn't, eyeballing it, it doesn't look like it would be mathematically possible to do
No.
census block groups.
No,
No.
And I could
Yeah,
see
you
why
have
no
to-
one tried 10 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Siemens? You're on mute, Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, that's helpful. As I recall, 10 years ago, it seems like we also struggled with even census blocks. Could that be possible?
I don't understand the question. Can you say it again?
I think we had trouble not dividing census blocks as we were trying to get the boundary set last time.
That's right, because sometimes on the edge of a ward, people feel more connected to their neighbors across the street than they are to the neighbors behind them. And so when you cross that street, typically you're out of that census block.
So when we're considering setting that rule, we might want to take that in consideration.
That's correct. It's a
There
judgment.
might be some desirable exceptions.
Councilmember Kovar?
Thank you. Yes, I did have one other question. So in the criteria that are in this draft resolution, the first 6, it says these things shall be the rules: compact, geographically contiguous, et cetera. And then the last one, using information gathered from residents and the community meetings and other engagement opportunities, ward boundaries may be drawn so as to keep a particular neighborhood community within one ward rather than dividing it, but only if possible in light of the applicable legal criteria. So that one feels very different than the other 6. I just wonder if somebody could explain that. Why the difference?
It's because the first 6 are essentially mandated by the charter. So you don't have a choice with them, whereas the communities of interest criteria is not required, and it's helpful information to draw the best boundaries possible, but it is not a requirement, and sometimes it's not possible.
Well, it's interesting because one of the experiences I had, and this is, I know I'm always saying when I worked on Capitol Hill, blah, 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 but there was an incident when a particular community, which was well smaller than the size of a district, was divided between 2 members of Congress. And it was a community of, say, 100,000 people put in 2 different districts. And the people were upset. How could that be possible? And then they found out later that they actually had 2 people representing them, serving on different committees with more influence and power and everything. So that may not really be applicable here, but it could be if there's a neighborhood and 2 people represented, it could end up under certain circumstances that it could be beneficial to be divided, because then you have 2 council members both advocating for that neighborhood. Is that something that's ever come up, or is that maybe not that relevant to a smaller place like us?
I would say that's absolutely correct, and worth keeping in mind. Do you want 2 council members coming to your block party, or do you want 1, or do you want 2?
Maybe none, right?
Or none. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments on the? So Councilman DeBala, did you want to explore adding another resolve or whereas clause regarding census blocks? Census tracts, I mean, right? Wait, did I use the right?
Blocks.
Blocks, yes, sorry. Am I getting more confused? Or you can think about it for next week.
Yeah, maybe.
I can also speak to that briefly with blocks. That's the lowest level that the census reports the population data. So unless you had the original data of the people that answered the census within that block, you wouldn't know the demographics within the block if you split it. and said, okay, there's 50 people in this block, we're splitting it in half, and we're just going to assume 25 people and 25 people, not just population, but the demographics as well. And then you start getting into that estimating. And, you know, if you're trying to have a certain percent majority minority district or things like that, where it's, you don't know what's happening if you split it. And it's entirely possible to do this without splitting them. You know, then that would be preferable, just because otherwise you're getting into population estimates instead of going with what is exactly in the census.
Mhm.
Yeah, it seems to me that it makes sense to try to do census blocks, but I see, as Councilmember Kovar pointed out, that that could cause problems in a couple places.
Mhm. Well, we could explore before the vote next week, or for the vote next week, maybe language that talks about a preference versus a requirement. So that we could at least give direction to Kate as she's doing her work, as well as communicating to the public what our intent is as we're looking at these maps.
And we don't have a way to split blocks. Like Flow wouldn't be able to do that, because we wouldn't, besides doing an area weighted average or something like that, that we know is not correct. It's something that we wouldn't be able to do. So the scenario maps that we would be presenting would be at the block level. And then I think if the city wanted to go forward and create a new model that split them, that would be, you know what I mean? Like, I think that would have to be on the city, because we wouldn't be able to do that estimate and have it be accurate, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And that was super helpful to know as we're thinking about this.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, like when we're using things like the census ACS data, that's already a model, and, you know, then we can look at, and that only goes to the block group level. So we can do modeling with that, but that already has an error rate. And the idea with the census is that it is the sense, you know, it's the information from people. It's not an estimate. It is the total information they got from that area. You know, so we wouldn't be able to split it and say, oh, let's just do it, you know, let's just allocate it in this way, because we don't know at that level.
Cool. Great. All right. I'm not seeing any other hands. Is there anything else, Joe or Kate, that you would like to share with us or need our feedback on as you're moving forward?
I think I just encourage people to look at the websites, which I think you already are, and the surveys. And, you know, I'm in charge of the portal. So going through Jesse, but if there's anything you'd like to see, like a block group change map that would be really, you know, could be really interesting to the community, we can add that. You know, so that kind of stuff as we are preparing for this. And then we will just keep you updated on the status of the mapping tool and when that is available.
And I don't have much to add to that, other than if there are specific elements to keep in mind in regards to community engagement that we, as we think about these two meetings in particular, any of that information, feedback, insight certainly is welcome.
Terrific. All right. Not seeing any other hands. I think we will, for the council meeting, we'll just take a break for a little bit. And come back at promptly a little before 7:30 for the council today. So we'll pick up again at our meeting at 7:30 and start with our public comments. So Joe, Kate, thank you so much for joining us today. We are looking forward to working with you on this project. We only get to do this once every 10 years as a city. So it's pretty exciting to.
Yeah, it is. And hopefully the tools and the, you know, the types of stuff we get to use this time around are a little more advanced. So, you know, hoping to get more information from folks that way.
No, it looks great. So thank you for the presentation today and look forward to talking to you.
Thank you.
Great. See everyone in a few
Thank
minutes.
you.
hear a presentation regarding redistricting. And we just took a few minutes break before coming back for our the rest of our meeting. I'll start by going over our agenda. Tonight, we have no changes to the agenda for this evening. Looking forward, on next Wednesday, September 29th, we will have a proclamation for Energy Efficiency Day, which is October 6th. We have 2 public hearings next week, both on traffic calming, one for the 7900 block of Tacoma Avenue and the other for Auburn Avenue. Our voting session next week includes a resolution regarding redistricting criteria, first reading ordinance approving the FY 2022 budget amendment number 2, first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code personnel chapter on holiday leave to add Juneteenth as a recognized legal holiday. And we have the second reading ordinance regarding the code amendments for boards and committees. Our work sessions next week will be on the 2 traffic calming areas requests on the 7900 block of Tacoma Avenue and the Auburn Avenue. Then on October 6th, for the record, we have an Indigenous Peoples' Day proclamation. Our voting session that evening will include the second reading ordinance approving the FY 22 budget amendment number 2, first reading ordinance approving the traffic calming on the 7900 block of Tacoma Avenue, and a first reading ordinance approving the traffic calming for Auburn Avenue. Monday, October 11th is Indigenous Peoples' Day, and the city offices and facilities are open on Indigenous Peoples' Day. And please look out for more information of how we will commemorate Indigenous Peoples' Day again this year. And then on October 13th, we'll come back together. And so far there we have our parking management task force as a work session that evening, and more will be added soon. So those are our agenda coming up. Now we will turn to public comments. We have a number of voting items tonight, so I will begin with public comments on our first voting item, which is the first reading ordinance for our code amendment on boards and committees. We have 2 speakers on that topic. The first is Arthur David Olson.
Sorry, Mayor Stewart, I seem to be out of practice.
Okay. That's what happens.
It's moving here. Yeah.
All right.
So Arthur David Olson should be joining us in just a moment.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Yes?
Yes, you are all set. Jesse, are you going to be able to do the clock this evening?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead,
Arthur David Olson, Herbie Hancock Avenue. This is my first opportunity to thank our new city manager for their service. So thank you, new city manager. I've now heard a council member's reasons for term limits on advisory committees to get new blood on the committees. However, when new blood is needed, the council already has the means for introducing it. It can appoint new people to committees rather than making reappointments when terms expire. Term limits aren't needed for getting new blood. I'm still worried that term limits will force people from underrepresented groups off of advisory committees, and this will harm the city's equity efforts. And I still have a fundamental question. If term limits are good for advisory committees, why aren't they being imposed on the council itself? Council has already seen the wisdom of dropping term limits on quasi-judiciary committees. I hope you will also drop the proposed paragraph imposing term limits on advisory committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is Julie here? I don't see her waiting.
She has withdrawn her request to
Okay,
speak.
great. We have no public comments on our second voting item, and so we will turn to our third voting item, which is single reading ordinance authorizing purchase of an EV street sweeper. And we have Mr. David Blockstein.
Mr. Blockstein, you should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you choose.
Good evening, and thank you very much for your time. I'm David Blockstein. I live on Sycamore Avenue in Ward 3. The council faces a clear choice tonight. It's a choice between the dirty energy past and the clean energy future, between old technology and new technology, between contributing to asthma and other respiratory illnesses versus improved health, between buying diesel refined in Cancer Alley in Louisiana, or sunlight captured here in Maryland. Being penny wise but pound foolish versus long-term fiscal stewardship. Status quo versus leadership. This may seem overly dramatic for a vote on a street sweeper, but it is a clear binary choice. The city can either replace its current sweeper with a polluting vehicle or with a clean energy electric vehicle. There's no other option before you. There are two key issues, health justice and true cost. If the council votes no on an EV, you'll be committing the city to over a decade of dependence on diesel, the dirtiest liquid fuel, because burning it leaves tiny particles that stick in our lungs. The West Harlem group, We Act for Environmental Justice, states in their anti-diesel campaign, low-income communities and communities of color are exposed to higher levels of air pollution compared to other communities. The addition of pollution from diesel adds to another concern from these communities. The high exposure of air pollution leads to respiratory illnesses like asthma and bronchitis. In order to improve air quality in our most vulnerable neighborhoods, our buses should be electric. You all know that EVs are better. That's why Council Members Smith and Costick and others have been champions of electric vehicles. I know that street sweepers are not the same as school buses, but it's still driven by a human being who will either be exposed to diesel fumes or spared by the council. I understand that you all have concerns about the sticker price of an EV, but you need to think of, in a large capital equipment project, you need to consider the life cycle and the lifetime costs. An EV has minimal costs of operation and maintenance. That saves money. It's almost certain that an EV will last longer than a vehicle with an engine that burns fossil fuels. It's likely that an EV street sweeper will last at least 2 years longer than the 10-year expected lifespan of a diesel. So although there's a large upfront cost of purchasing a major piece of equipment, if you average the cost over a vehicle's lifespan, it's less than $20,000 above the cost of a filthy sweeper. It's a small price to pay in a large city budget.
Thank you,
To
Mr.
me,
Black.
it makes no sense to keep dirtying our air to clean the streets. Do
Thank
the
you.
right thing and go electric.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Blockstein. That is it for our public comments on voting items. Next, we have general matters, and the first is Ms. AJ Campbell.
Hello, my name's AJ Campbell and I live on Roanoke Avenue in Ward 5. Just to give you guys a quick update on the issues with my condo building, they're still completely unresolved. We have to change our policy and go after condo owners who rent out their condo units in unregistered buildings, and frankly, owners that don't register at all. So you might ask, like, what's the harm in all of this? Well, the renters in the unregistered units didn't get unit inspections, and they seem to have not filed any complaints against the owners, unlike the registered units, who logged many complaints. Were the unregistered landlords just better at their jobs, or were the units so much nicer? Or worse, they didn't know how to file a complaint. Are these unregistered rentals complying with safety codes or rent stabilization? How do we even know? I know some homeowners in this city, I'm not naming any names, who have unregistered rental units in their homes, usually converted basements or other sort of weird situations. They don't register them because they justify it because they don't want the hassle of dealing with the city. And it makes perfect sense to me. Skip the registration and it's easy to get away with. Since registering rental property is completely sort of, let's just say, optional in this city, maybe we should get out of the business entirely. Maybe we shouldn't do it. But if we are going to do it, we should do it effectively and make sure that our enforcement measures have teeth and that we're willing to use them. We might consider invalidating the registration of any unit owner who has a rental license in a building that is not registered appropriately. There are many reasons to do this, but the most important is the building is not subject to county inspections. For example, in this building, the fire certificate was years out of date. The fire suppression system, the fire extinguishers, years out of renewal. Security lights don't work. Branches fall from trees. They could hurt somebody. Security lights go out. And there's nobody there to deal with them. So those renters are not being protected. Not even talking about the owners, but the renters in this building, most of which are 4 out of 6 are rentals. Protecting renters from non-compliant landlords should be a top priority in a city where half the population lives in rentals. It's just time we do something, and we have to do it from the ground up and look at how the whole process works, because it's just not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Can you send an email if you wrote up your comments to the council, please, if it's convenient for you?
You want to read my comments?
Yeah, it's just easier for me. You don't need to. If you had them, you had some ideas there I'd like to look at if you have time.
I will happily do that. It's
Thank
sort
you.
of big part of a larger and bigger picture, but
That's
I'll
fine. Thank
be
you.
glad to.
Great. Next public comment is Arthur David Olson again.
Arthur David Olson, Herbie Hancock Avenue. This is my second opportunity to thank our new city manager for their service, so thank you. And I'm addressing redistricting. For those of you who know me, it's no surprise that I've downloaded 2020 census data for Tacoma Park and run it through automatic redistricting software. I'll bore you with one detail later. Here's the big picture. The city charter requires wards to be nearly equal in population and contiguous. The city has a jagged boundary with peninsulas and shoulders. In the past, Councilmember Kovar has called the city's elections artisanal, and the boundary is artisanal as well. And as a result of its mix of housing running from high-rise buildings to single-family homes, the city has unevenly distributed population and concentrations of population. Taken together, these considerations don't leave much leeway for redistricting work. Given the limited leeway, I hope that the proposed redistricting resolution's direction to, quote, keep a particular neighborhood or community within one ward, end quote, will be dropped, and that it will be replaced with direction to advance the city's equity goals. On another point, there is a principle I agree with. Voters should choose their representatives. Representatives shouldn't choose their voters. I hope that in a whereas clause of the redistricting resolution, the council will commit to choosing among options provided by its contractor and commit to not revising them. And the boring detail. The block with the biggest drop in population from 2010 to 2020 includes the western part of Washington Adventist University. The drop may be permanent, or it may be the result of dorm closure during the pandemic. I hope the council can find out the cause of the drop. If it is temporary, I hope that the council, rather than the contractor, will decide whether to use the 2010 or 2020 population figure for that block. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Randy Gibson, and he requested additional time, so he has 5 minutes this evening.
Greetings, council members. My name is Randy Gibson from Ward 3. Tonight, I'm representing Climate Action Coffee, a group formed in October 2019, an outgrowth of Tacoma Park Mobilization and Tally, Tacoma Alliance for Local Living Economies. The city declared a climate emergency at March 2019, and we agree. Furthermore, we believe that this emergency demands urgent and sustained attention. The reason I'm speaking tonight is to begin a regular sharing of the good, the bad, and the actionable in our community regarding climate change and climate emergency. Let me first reintroduce you to Climate Action Coffee, which focuses on local and regional climate action and education. For nearly 2 years, CAC has met every Wednesday morning, first at Tacoma's Busboys and Poets, and then on Zoom. Our mailing list includes nearly 70 Tacoma Park residents and allies. In addition to weekly meetings, we have 3 subgroups: pollinators, climate scouts, and Tacoma's stormwater solutions. And CAC has engaged in discussions and initiatives with council members and across multiple city departments. CAC has hosted over a dozen major presentations and forums, ranging from the very local, such as how to provide pollinator habitat, to countywide, how can the city collaborate with Montgomery County in its climate action. We have also undertaken environmental assessments of our city parks, planted native plants, and removed invasives. In June 2021, we organized Tacoma Park's first National Pollinator Week, which included support from the mayor, the city, environmental allies, and many residents. Now for tonight's testimonial on the climate, the good, the bad, and the actionable. First, the good. We welcome 2 new staff to the city: City Manager Jamal Fox and Vegetation Maintenance Supervisor Anna Miche John. Both positions are vital to help address our city's many issues, including the climate emergency. We have contacted both staff and hope to develop strong working relationships with them, as we have with the Office of Sustainability and Public Works. Next, the bad. Briefly, I want to highlight the loss of trees and the increasing threats to our public and private lands. Following our recent brush of remnants of Hurricane Ida, a walk around town tells a story. One of my neighbors lost 2 massive oaks that fell across Elm Avenue, due in part to saturated ground. A walk up Sligo Creek reveals many more trees down. In my neighborhood and in yours, in our parks and on private property, we see more trees dead or dying. Climate change is an emergency affecting us now and the biodiversity. Both city staff and residents can work together to find ways to protect and restore our trees and natural environment. Lastly, the actionable. We have a chance to protect and restore one of the largest undeveloped pieces of land in Tacoma Park, Dorothy's Woods, to become the native habitat gem it was meant to be. Among its many native plants, we find more than 24 different native tree species. Dorothy's Woods was purchased by the city with donations from residents, with the aim of conserving the land for the benefit of the public. In pursuit of this goal, CAC has removed invasive plant species, planted natives, and communicated with neighbors, donors, and the city on ways to restore and protect the property. After meeting with 2 council members in February 2020, we presented a proposal to the council in July of last year to restore a portion of Dorothy's Woods. Our goal was and is to restore habitat and provide a model to residents of a more sustainable and resilient environment. For more than a year after our ask, we are asking again, please work with us and the community to protect and restore Dorothy's Woods, and in a related action, open for public comment the long-delayed open space management plan. We invite all residents and all of our allies in the climate action to join us Wednesdays mornings on Zoom which can be found at tpmobilization.org/tally. Thank you for your time and willingness to address the climate emergency in an urgent and sustained manner. Climate Action Coffee will be back in the future as we share more regularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Thank you for coming this evening. Next, we have Buddy Daniels.
Jesse, you have me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Hi, Buddy Daniels, 908 Prospect Street, Tacoma Park, Silver Spring. Hi, it's just have a reminder about Pat Lovelace's memorial Saturday, October 9th from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the Hefner Community Center. I know it's a very busy time, but if possible, could you please help spread the word about Pat's memorial to the listservs in your wards and anyone you may think would be interested in attending? Councilmember Siemens was nice enough to email the council the flyer for the memorial, since my laptop was malfunctioning and wouldn't email at that time. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. But thank you so much for your help. If any of you have any questions, you can contact Candace Wolf. She's the coordinator. Her phone number and email are on the flyer, or contact me. My phone number and email are on the flyer I left in your city mailboxes. Thank you again for your help. I'll be out, this week, next week, handing out flyers too, doing what I do, doing it the old-fashioned way, dropping flyers by friends' houses, former council members, and former mayors, and other elected officials. So I think the word is getting out about Pat's Memorial, and I thank you again for your help.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Daniels. Next, we have Linda Colco.
I'm 25 short on my.
Okay, I'll get started. Hi, my name is Linda Boris Colco, and I have lived on Sherman Avenue since 1986. I'm also a member of Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church since 1987. On behalf of the Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church, we want to thank the City of Tacoma Park Mayor, council members, and staff who have responded to our request that amendments to the fiscal year 2022 budget to allocate Federal American Rescue Plan Act, the famous ARPA funds, should prioritize urgent human needs, racial equality, and reimagining public safety. We were pleased to hear from Jamal Fox, our new city manager, that the funds the city council has allocated so far are being used or leveraged with other regional sources to meet the urgent and immediate needs we have in our community. As a retired federal executive, I understand that setting up the proper systems and procedures to ensure the funding is allocated as required by law can take time. However, the needs of many of our citizens are critical. As stated in our recent letter to the mayor and council members, we believe that potential uses of ARPA funds, for long-term transformational change deserve careful discussion, community engagement, and policy development. However, we remain convinced that for ARPA funds already in hand, the city must prioritize addressing pressing pandemic-related needs. And in that regard, I am pleased to hear that the city is ensuring that no one will be evicted. Thank you very much. I'm quite impressed. Thanks for putting a total of $500,000 into enhanced rental assistance and feeding assistance, critical issues. Based on our August Community Assistance Provider Survey, which we shared with you, we believe these funds will need to be increased over time. In addition, we support including assistance for community groups to do SNAP and child tax care credit payment education and outreach to ensure all qualifying Tacoma Park families gain access to these new expanding federal benefits that can do much to address poverty and food insecurity.
3 people?
I don't know, the one said.
We strongly endorse the proposal submitted by Wayne Sherwood to spend a very large percentage of the over $5.5 million in remaining first-year funding as direct financial assistance to populations that have suffered disproportionately because of the pandemic. Targeting, as ARPA regulations would allow, people in all non-market rate rental units, including rent-stabilized properties owned by nonprofit or limited dividend entities, condo buildings that have predominantly low and moderate income residents. Such direct monetary assistance would have multiple benefits, including low administrative burden, relatively rapid speed at which the assistance can be provided, ability to deliver assistance without respect to immigration status, and most importantly, the ability for residents to determine for themselves their most pressing needs, which could be back rent, utilities, childcare, food, transportation, medical bills, or other critical necessities. In closing, we urge you not to let your timeline slip for considering budget amendments for spending the first year ARPA funds, and we encourage staff to develop a draft proposal for your review that includes the items we have enumerated in our letter and highlighted tonight by me. We look forward to seeing the draft budget amendments when they become publicly available. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before you. And again, we appreciate all you are doing to address the challenges of our community during the pandemic. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Next, we have Robert Dreyer.
Good evening. I'm Bob Dreher. I live on Sycamore Avenue in Ward 3, and I just wanted to reflect on the continuing strange saga of the Tacoma Junction project, a subject I think probably people are tired of, but it's very weird. As you probably know, on September 15, the Montgomery County Planning Board granted a 5th extension of time for the Neighborhood Development Company's application for approval of the Tacoma Junction project. Their action was pretty remarkable, I think, for a number of reasons. First, the board seemed almost entirely unfamiliar with the project, including its nature as a mixed office retail building and the fact that the site poses significant constraints, including a steep slope and forested area at the rear. The board's failure to defer to the State Highway Administration representative and its directive to the SHA to send a more senior official to the next meeting was also, I think, highly unusual. And at the end of the hearing, the board chair gave an enthusiastic endorsement of the project, which struck me as inappropriate given the fact that the board was not supposed to have reached the merits of the project. But most significantly, what I want to bring to you is that the board seemed entirely unaware of the unanimous resolution of the Tacoma Park City Council calling for the board to disapprove the application and the reasons for that resolution. The board clearly believes that the only obstacle to approval of the project is the SHA's continuing objection to the lay-by, ignoring the SHA's equally serious concerns regarding sightlines for the entrance to the underground garage. But in Resolution 2021-19, the City Council identified 4 additional concerns of the project's design: the rear facade, the failure to provide adequate public space, the failure to provide adequate parking for neighborhood businesses, and the failure to provide sufficient stormwater treatment. The board appears to have been unaware of any of these concerns and did not even recognize the fundamental point that the city, the indispensable government partner in this public-private partnership and the owner of the site itself, does not support this design. The board's disrespectful treatment of the city and its residents, I think, is disgraceful, and it ignores Tacoma Park's legal stature as a municipality under Maryland law. I urge the City Council to call Resolution 2021-19 to the board's attention. Demand that the board accord its recommendation for disapproval of the project the respect it deserves under Maryland law, and send city officials to the next meeting of the board on this project to make clear the city's deep concerns with the project design. Otherwise, the city runs the risk that the board may approve a project design that the city does not want built. Indeed, in these circumstances, it seems clear that the best course would be for the city to require the developer to withdraw its application altogether, or to rescind the authorization for the developer to present the application. Something needs to be done in this strange continuing saga. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are all the public comments we have this evening. We'll now move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to talk briefly about a subject that was brought up by one of the public speakers tonight. And Mr. Fox, the concern about unregistered homeowner associations and unregistered rental units in the city has been a long-standing problem that has been under-resolved through the years. And so I would certainly like to see with your leadership that we address that situation and try to bring it under control. Because as the woman pointed out during the discussion tonight, it's a safety issue for the residents of the city. And I would be glad to sit down and talk with you about my understanding of the problem and how it can be addressed. Here in Ward 4, I was able to provide the housing department with a list of unregistered rental units. So I feel comfortable at this point that we do not have any in the city within the ward, Ward 4. But again, I would like you to look into that and provide the council information about how we can progress to resolve that issue. And then Arthur David Olson brought up during the public comments tonight about the population of the area around Washington Adventist University. And I think that's an important consideration, since when those dorms are occupied, they are occupied by city residents who have voted in past elections. And because the university has been, the population has been very constricted by COVID pandemic, it seems that we should not, it seems like that has to be taken into consideration when we do the redistricting. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Next, Councilmember Smith.
I would begin with associating myself with Councilmember Siemens' comments. He made it easy for me this evening. Those 2 points that he brought up are excellent. As long as I've been on the council, we've been dealing with landlords that have not registered their units. It has just been an ongoing issue. We have not figured out a way to resolve it. So I hope Mr. Fox and his staff can bring some fresh eyes on this problem and bring back some potential solutions to the council. And I would like to thank Arthur David Olson for his great data skills. You know, it surprised me that Ward 5 had lost population during the census, and I hope staff can look into whether or not the impact of COVID-19 had on the student population. And because Washington Adventist University was closed, just like many other universities around the country. And then I would like staff to seriously consider Ms. Campbell's proposals and bring those back to council to see if we can consider them as potential ways to resolve the unlicensed rental unit issue. That's not just a Ward 5 problem, but it's throughout the city. And then finally, Mr. Fox, while you're considering the ARPA funds, I hope that you would think about paying some of the young people in our community to help out with food, veggie box distributions that are still going on in the city. There are many people that still need help. You know, some people are getting back on their feet, but there's still a lot of people that have exhausted their savings, do not have the same level job that they did prior to COVID-19, or they just can't find a job. There's a recent study that came out that is shared with a number of leaders at Faith Table that I'm at for my fellowship. And it said that if you look at the number of people that received jobs during the last count, 1 million of those jobs went to white people and only 12,000 jobs went to Black folks. So our Black and brown population is desperately in need, and we need to stand in the breach and try to help people as much as we possibly can. So if we can get some of those ARPA funds out to people to help, not just with Councilmember Siemens' distribution, but some other distributions that are going on in the city, that would be fantastic. I don't think Black and brown people can afford to just volunteer, especially following COVID, or not even following COVID, throughout the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilwoman Costick.
Thank you. I just want to start off by thanking all of the public commenters tonight. I think there were a range of really useful different topics that were raised and things for us to follow up on. And I'm looking forward to doing that, and also interested in learning a little more about what can be done on the unregistered units as we move forward. a couple of updates from this weekend. I had office hours virtually on Sunday and had a couple of Ward 3 residents join me, which was really wonderful. So I want to thank them. And I think we had some useful discussions. I also had a chance to attend the opening of the Estrellitas Montessori School, which Mayor Stewart and Councilmember Dybala were also at. Really excited to see this new school opening up in Ward 3 and just the opportunities for childcare and early education and the bilingual Spanish language nature of the school is fantastic, and the cultural exchange that's going on there. Just a really exciting opportunity in our community. So I want to thank the school and thank everyone who was involved in helping them get over a couple of initial hurdles to be able to open as well. Upcoming event this weekend is the annual Play Day on Saturday, and I will be helping make mud pies. So stop by if you would like to join me in doing that or anything else at the Play Day. And then finally, the Transportation Planning Board had a meeting today, and we took a couple of actions, including declaring today Car Free Day, which the City of Tacoma Park did a couple of weeks ago, and I shared our proclamation with the TPB so that they can have that as part of their records. We also talked about the work of the COG board on adopting high capacity transit areas and equity emphasis areas, which has a lot of really great potential moving forward to help us meet our racial equity goals and our housing targets. And so there's a lot of great promise there, and I'm looking forward to that. We had some really wonderful discussions today, I think, kind of thinking a little bit about land use and equity and transportation and kind of how everything comes together. And then finally, we also heard an update on a study that the Transportation Planning Board has requested, which is looking at basically what it would take for our region to meet the climate change greenhouse gas emissions goals that we've set to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, a couple of targets at 2030 and then an 80% reduction by 2050. And we're getting some initial results back. They're looking at a couple of different scenarios, one with reducing the number of vehicle miles traveled, another with growing electric vehicle use, and another with congestion management reduction in traffic, essentially, and then some sort of different variations of those. And so we'll have the results of that in December, and I think it'll be really illuminating. It's definitely clear that it's going to take a lot in order to meet our goals, and that it's not going to be particularly easy. But I think that's some great data coming out, and I'd be happy to share the information and slideshow with anyone who's interested. And that's it from me for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Dybala.
Yes, thank you. While we're on the subject of things going on this weekend, Sweep the Creek. I don't know if Councilmember Searcy was going to mention this, but I'll mention it briefly. At Hillwood, the playground near Hillwood Manor, at Becca Lilly Playground, 9 to 11. Cleaning up the creek. Lots of people in Tacoma Park have enjoyed this in the past. It's and if it's a good day, it's a great thing to do. There was also a COG Climate and Energy Policy Committee meeting this morning. The topic was electric vehicles. We heard presentations from many of the surrounding jurisdictions about what they're doing, what they're planning to do. We also heard from Metro. You may have heard they made a big announcement earlier this week about electric buses. And so one thing that impressed me was how much is going on, which is great. And another thing that impressed me is how much above the regular amount of money that they would have spent for just regular diesel and petroleum-based transportation. I was surprised to hear that folks are really putting some serious money down here. The other COG meeting, which was last week, was the Chesapeake Bay Climate Committee. And I think I mentioned last week that it was going to be state and EPA officials meeting with the committee to talk about this region, the Metro DC region and the Bay. The Bay watershed goes way bigger than that. The takeaway for me was that the Maryland Secretary of Environment, Ben Grumbles, talked about what the follow-up is to that stormwater bill that passed last year that we supported so heavily. And they are midway through the initial analysis, and they will be posting something soon on the state website for people to look at. This, again, to remind everybody, the basis of the state design standards that the city of Tacoma and everybody else uses in their stormwater programs. Those design standards are based on rainfall amounts. Those rainfall amounts are woefully out of date. The state legislation required that be re-upped with more recent data. So they've started the project. They're well through the analysis, and I was pleased to hear that. And also on the subject of climate, the county council committee that covers building codes met and passed through the International Green Building Code proposal for Montgomery County. So the next step there is for the county council to vote. And I think the city is already on record thinking this is really important to do. So we could check maybe to see if we want to re-up that letter of support. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Searcy. No, we can't hear you. Nope, you did.
Sorry, I was double muted.
Yeah.
Can folks hear me now?
Yep.
So thank you, Councilmember Dabala, for mentioning Sweep the Creek. I want to encourage folks to come out. A couple of other updates. Just as a reminder, because I know sometimes these projects take a really long time, but we received state grant funds to do a facade improvement of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Retail Center, and that is underway. And I'm excited about it because one component of that project is a mural. So there will be a mural block party for the newest mural in that plaza on October the 1st at 5:30, and that's a Friday. And it's just outside in the parking lot of 1303 Holton Lane. So definitely want to encourage people to come out, have some food, look at some beautiful art, and experience some of the new facade improvements that our state grant has afforded us to do. So want to definitely thank our HCD staff that has been working on this for a while, and the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority is working on the event. So that's something exciting. Another exciting update. The Hillwood Manor Playground design is complete. Yay! It is now available online. I want to thank our Director of Public Works. We were able to work with county staff to do a bit of a merger. So for folks who don't remember, we had a tie. There was one vote difference between the two options, and we managed to find enough space in option 2 to add the supernova, which is what everyone wanted from option 1. So it will be a bit of a connect between the two options, but I am so very excited about this playground. County staff have said this will be one of the largest playgrounds that they've been able to install of this type down county. So really excited. So in terms of next steps, the design has been posted online. So if you're interested in taking a look at the components, it's on the Hillwood Manor Playground renovation site. We have stormwater work that needs to happen on the playground site as well as on Erskine. So That needs to happen before they can actually install the new playground. So over the course of fall and winter, there'll be some stormwater work that'll be happening in that area, but they still anticipate being able to install the new playground in the winter. So fingers crossed, we will have a new playground definitely by next spring. So just wanted to give everyone an update on that. I want to thank our city manager, Fox, and our HCD director, Mr. Cross, for meeting with MHP on site at the Hillwood Manor Apartments. For folks on council, we have been, we received a presentation about the new renovation that's happening at that site. And so one thing that will come back to us as a council is the request from MHP around what the city may be willing to commit to towards the renovation project. Just keep in mind that with all construction projects in the pandemic, everyone is experiencing increased costs. And so the hope is that, you know, once our city staff has had an opportunity to digest some of the costs, we'll come back to you all, and me included, to talk about what we may be comfortable with committing in terms of this project. Request of the city manager, Mr. Fox, the Public Safety Task Force recommendations. I know that there's been a lot of moving parts on this effort. I know that we just received some information about some of the new state legislation. We got to digest all of that and its impact on some of the things that we need to do. And I know that Chief Duvall has been working on some things and other staff are reviewing recommendations. But if you could talk to or come back to kind of provide me with an update on when we will be ready to talk through the recommendations and next steps with the full council and how you would recommend that we do that, that would be really helpful. And lastly, I just want to put out a call for Ward 6 residents to please consider volunteering for one of our wonderful committees. We've been doing a lot of work to make things clearer and to try to encourage and come up with different mechanisms to help facilitate participation. So just want to ask folks to take a look at the site and to definitely consider signing up for one of our many committees. And I think I have hit everything on my list. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to mention first, I believe I mentioned this in an earlier meeting this month, there continue to be some significant delays in the delivery of the city newsletter. And my supposition is that that might just be connected to the overall challenges that we've seen with regard to U.S. Postal Service delivery, but I don't know for sure that that's the case. I have heard from a number of people, though, who are normally expecting to receive the newsletter right at the beginning of the month or a few days into it. And obviously, if it comes a week or two later, some of the items in their events and so on, the announcements for them end up being things that people are unable to attend. And so if we could check with either the newsletter, people themselves, or the contractor that's involved in the delivery, or to what extent the Postal Service may be involved also, I would appreciate it, just so we can ensure that it gets out. A lot of people really rely on it for information about the city. So I think it's important that we do everything we can to try to get it delivered on time. I do, as several of my colleagues did, also want to thank those who spoke today. In particular, I appreciated David Blockstein's comments about the EV street sweeper, very complex issue. He brought up a number of pertinent points, and also Linda Colico's statement about the letter that was sent in by the Presbyterian Church regarding the ARPA funds. And on that point, I do want to say, I think a number of the council members, not necessarily all, at our most recent meeting did indicate that while we're glad that the initial funds have been provided for food and nutrition and eviction issues, that we are interested in seeing what can be done to get additional funds out sooner, while we also work on the longer term initiatives as well. So I just want to continue to remind the staff that that's something that we really do want to see. I know we're doing a budget amendment tonight, which is for some smaller, more in the nature of housekeeping kinds of things, but we do want to keep our eye on the ARPA funds and try to get additional funding out for urgent needs as soon as possible. And in that regard, specifically, maybe the city manager can report back where things stand with the release of the RFP for the grant for the food and nutrition that we approved previously. And I think we had targeted that based on the earlier comments to have that get sent out sometime this month. So it'd be good to hear where things stand on that as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Couple of things. One, I just want to say congratulations to Councilwoman Searcy for Hillwood Manor. That is something that you have been championing from day one since you got on this council. So congratulations on getting it so close. And speaking about parks, you still have time until October 20th to put in comment on the new playground at Kennebec and Sligo. So if they have a design up that you can comment on. I did it the other day. I will say it doesn't seem like there's enough shade for people. So people should comment on that. In addition, I want to also congratulate all the staff and parents and families of the new opening of the new Montessori school. It's particularly nice for me because it's right down the street from my house and I actually get to see people walking to school again now that it's a school. I want to do a shout out to County Councilmember Hucker's office because there were significant bumps in the road on licensing right at the end that they needed assistance with. And he was his staff was very instrumental in that. Last week, I was able to attend the Crossroads Development Authority meeting, which was great because I hadn't been able to see folks for a while. And with them and OTBA, talking to Laura Barkley there, we realized, with COVID, we've actually had quite a number of new businesses opening in our Old Town area and Crossroads development, Crossroads area. So we're looking at doing another visit to our local businesses, especially the ones that recently opened. I want to thank the scouts of some of the scouts of Troop 33 and Max Feinberg and David Bartels, who helped out a resident who needed some significant yard work done. They did a great job. I think there was like at least a day and a half, and it was such a great job that we actually had to call Public Works and alert them to how many bags of yard waste was out there. So that's wonderful. The Folk Festival seems like a long time away, but it really wasn't. Again, under the challenges of COVID-19, the city staff, along with the volunteers, did a great job of making sure that tradition continues. So I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers and also to the city staff who helped continue that tradition. And also the same weekend was the Long Branch Festival. And while technically outside the city limits, just by a smidge, it is only a smidge. And that was also, want to thank all the people who participated there. On Sunday evening, myself, Councilmember Siemens, and Joy Siemens, and as well as the city manager, attended the Washington Adventist University Gala. And Congressman Raskin received an award that evening from Washington Adventist University. So again, it was good to connect with them. And I think the highlight for all of us is that we got seated at the student table for the evening and got to meet some of the students at WAU. Let's see, what else? I want to thank Linda Kolka for coming and talking to us, and all the folks at the committee at the Presbyterian Church for their great report and the outreach they did to organizations in our community. In particular, the data that they provided us from Montgomery Housing Partnership was really instrumental in one, we had been asking for data like this for a while, and it's good to know that it actually existed, and now that we can get it. And I know that our new Director of Housing and Community Development, Alex Cross, and others are going to be looking at how we can address the delinquency rates in our city, working with some of our landlords. So thank you for raising that. And it really was a piece that's very actionable as we're looking at getting out these dollars to people in need. And then on another note, I do want to send condolences and to a resident of Essex House who unfortunately, and she said we could share this with folks, who her son recently passed away, was out of state. This is our second son who passed away only in the last few months. And so she's dealing with that. And I just want to send our condolences to her and to all of her support that I know that they have in Essex House, and thank the city staff, particularly Grace Wiggins, for providing support to that resident. And I think that's it for me. It's been a very eventful 2 weeks. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few items tonight. I'll start off with staff held a minor master plan outreach today at the Crossroads Farmers Market. They will also be doing another outreach at the Tacoma Farmers Market Sunday, October 17th. I will also like to share that this Saturday, in partnership between the city, Small Things Matter, as well as Continuum Healthcare, we'll be hosting a flu shots and COVID-19 vaccination this Saturday, September 25th, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Here at the Tacoma Park Community Center. They are taking free walk-ins. You can get your free COVID-19 vaccination shot, free pap smear, free physical, free dental screening. So we're encouraging everyone, please take this opportunity. We are seeing the numbers as it relates to the pandemic and COVID-19 continuously increasing. We're seeing hospitalization increasing just a little bit in the county. And so we're making and imploring to the community and others, please get your vaccination sooner rather than later. The other item I had tonight, Madam Mayor and Council, is staff is also looking at having upcoming community public open space workshops. So if folks in the community care about your parks, your sidewalks, your streeteries, your walk paths, please come out to one of the workshops. Is posted online, but the first workshop is going to be Tuesday, October 5th, here at the city building from 6 to 7 p.m. And then the second date is October 16th, and that's going to be at Sligo Creek and Houston Ave Park from 10 to 11. And that same day is going to be one at the Recreation Center from 1 to 2 p.m., followed by the last meeting on the 23rd of October, which will be at the Franklin from 10 to 11 a.m. With that, I conclude my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to our voting sessions. The first one is our first reading ordinance on the code amendments for boards and committees. This is our first reading ordinance. So I will ask if someone would like to move the ordinance, and then we'll entertain discussion and any amendments. Someone like to move the ordinance? Councilman Devala, do I have a second? Councilman Searcy, okay. I figured some of the three of you need to have your names on this one. All right. First, any clarifying questions or discussions before we move to amendments? All right, seeing none, I think I'm turning it over to Councilmember Kovar, because I believe he has an amendment to the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have at least discussion, which I'd like to have, and there is a proposed amendment, but I'm not sure if we're ready to vote on it tonight. And I apologize for being a little vague in that way. Let me say, first off, I appreciate all the work that the working group has done to get us to this point. I think they've done an excellent job, and I agree overall with everything we have before us this evening. There's just one area that, and I've mentioned it, and that I think we need to just consider a little bit more before we approve this. And of course, tonight's not the final, but we have to vote twice tonight and then next week. And so I'm hoping that there's still time and an opportunity to address it. So this relates specifically to some of the municipal code language that has been connected to the Facade Advisory Board. And those who've been watching know that the Facade Advisory Board is one of the city council appointed panels that we're calling to have discontinued. So if this package of reforms is approved, the FAB, so-called Facade Advisory Board, will no longer exist. And a lot of the work that they've done in the past concerning historic appearance or the physical appearance of buildings in a historic district will be covered in similar fashion by the County Historic Preservation Commission. In the city codes, there's a lot of language about how the FAB operates. And of course, if we're getting rid of that entity, it makes sense to delete that language. But also sprinkled in within that, sort of larded into it, there are a number of other provisions that are maintenance codes that do apply, not just in the historic area, but technically throughout the city for commercial buildings only. And I know that it's true that the county requirements also apply. They're not one for one though. And I think what concerns me is if we're going to be erasing in effect all of these maintenance codes that could be helpful, in particular for the city council priority that we've agreed on, which is to try to address issues that arise at the sort of interface or boundary or border between commercial and residential areas. And so if you look through the information, the language rather that we're proposing under the current version of what's before us today to have removed, there are standards relating to lighting and to other kinds of repairs and to screening of garbage and a number of other things along those lines. And it may be that they're more or less covered by the county requirements. I don't think we've done this sort of painstaking analysis of that would ensure that. So what I would propose is that we that we not delete all that language. We still go ahead and discontinue the Facade Advisory Board, but we leave the language otherwise there for now. Much of it will be inoperative because it relates to the FAB, so it will just become irrelevant. We hang on to the rest of it though as well, and then add a whereas clause in the preamble of this proposal where we pledge or commit ourselves to taking a closer look at that later. Now that's technically a non-binding requirement, but I think that way we can, when we do, which the mayor has mentioned the possibility of, get into later this fall, a closer look at additional aspects of how code enforcement works in the city, then we could do it. So my proposal for the moment is that we not delete all the FAB code language, and instead we add a whereas clause committing ourselves to looking into those issues a little bit later. And so I'll just read it. It's just a sentence. Whereas despite the discontinuation of the Facade Advisory Board, the council recognizes that some of the commercial property maintenance and enforcement provisions contained in Chapter 840, that's the 8.4, that's the commercial district facade regulations, may require evaluation outside the context of the present legislation, that retaining some or all of the commercial property maintenance and enforcement provisions is desirable at the present time, and that the council intends to review and make appropriate amendments to the commercial property maintenance and enforcement provisions in that chapter in the future. So it's basically a placeholder for us to get back and look into these areas when we really have the chance to do it in a detailed way. And I would just add, if it turns out that everything is covered and we don't need any of them and it's all covered by the county rules, that's fine. I don't feel like we really know that. So I'll stop there and see if anyone has anything else that they would like to say or ask. And I know this is a complicated thing to bring up kind of near the end, and I apologize. I didn't really focus on what was being deleted when we were working on some of this over the summer. And if I had, we could have gotten to it a little bit sooner. So I apologize to my colleagues for that.
Councilman DeBala. I think you're still muted.
This is ultimately a question for the city attorney. So if I understand it correctly, there's in the facade regulations, there's things that duplicate what the county has. When we first passed them, the county didn't have them. And so now the county has substantively similar things. But there's also, if I understand Councilmember Kovar correctly, some maintenance sections where the city can enforce certain provisions of the facade code, particularly citywide. And so I would like to ask the city attorney if my understanding is correct, and if it's easy to separate out the two. In other words, the sections that substantively duplicate what the county now has adopted, and things that are genuinely specific to Tacoma Park that involve maintenance and enforcement of facades.
So my understanding is that staff looked into this several years ago. I think it was 2018, if I'm not mistaken, and a comparison chart was generated as a result of that. I think that it is generally true that there is overlap in some respects. It does appear to me, and again, this is all relatively new to me, and I have not done a thorough evaluation of the issue that Councilmember Kovar has raised. But
understood.
It does appear that there are certain aspects of the city code which are more specific than the generalized provisions of the county code. Having said that, it is certainly arguable that the county code is written in such a way as to broadly cover the specific concerns that are addressed in the existing city maintenance provisions. I hope that's responsive to your question.
Yes, thank you.
And if I could just I didn't mean to, if Cindy, if you want to say anything else, I would just mention, there's really three things we can do, right? We can delete the entire set of language. That's what's in the proposal that's before us now. We could alternatively keep it all, understanding that some of it will immediately become outdated because it's specific to the Facade Advisory Board, which won't exist anymore. But we could keep it all there, add this whereas clause like I mentioned, and deal with it later. Or as a third option, and I've talked to a few people in the community about this and looking at this, we could actually come up with an amendment that would strike all the Facade Advisory Board specific language and those things that relate exclusively to historic design that I think we all clearly agree now fall outside fall within the province of the Historic Preservation Commission, and just hang on to the ones that are more specifically connected to maintenance, and then still agree that we would take a look at those later on and drop the ones we want. So there's really three options: get rid of everything, keep it all with a pledge to deal with it later, or split the difference and strike a lot of it, keep a lesser amount. I could prepare that before next week's vote, and we could try it that way. So I prefer, obviously, one of those two.
Mr. Cornbrook, did you want to respond to something? Your hand is up. Or
yes, thank you, and I appreciate that, Mayor. I know I'm jumping the line here, but I think it's relevant based on the options that Councilmember Kovar just presented, which I generally agree with. I think that everybody needs to be aware, though, if of another concern related to the option where it's proposed, or it may be proposed, that you leave in the language that relates only to the maintenance provisions. From a drafting perspective and from a general public notice code awareness perspective, you would have under those circumstances an outlier of code provisions that may apply. They're not integrated with the rest of the property maintenance code provisions. While that may not be dispositive of whatever council may decide, I just want to make sure that you're aware of that in terms of just the placement, the physical placement in the code of those provisions. Now, it may or may not be an issue because it's not being moved from one place or another, but I just want to make everybody aware of that.
Great. Councilman DeBala, did you have a follow-up? But you had your hand back up.
No.
Okay. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. My question is, it seems to me there's not an option of just leaving it all entirely as is because parts of it refer to the facade advisory board. Is that correct?
Well, yes, generally, that is if the assumption is that you're still continuing to get rid of the facade advisory board. So yes.
Well, I just say though that is an option because we're doing sort of a version of that with the nuclear free. We understand that that's likely to change and become no longer relevant, but we're leaving a lot of that in while we invite the task force, which I hope will approve shortly, to look into the future status of the committee and the work that it does. But again, I would say I don't want to subject my colleagues to a big discussion on something I haven't had a chance to look at. I'm fine just saying I'll come back before next week with a detailed alternative amendment, and we can just vote on it.
Councilmember Kovar, I just want to understand, is your proposal with regard to the leave it all in, to not take the step to eliminate the FOB right now, but to just essentially leave it there?
No, the FAB would still be completely eliminated, and just some extraneous language relating to the FAB would still be there if we left it all. But I'm fine, as I said, developing an amendment before next week that would strike out all the FAB related language and just keep the maintenance codes, and then we can just put it to a vote. And if I don't win, my feelings won't be hurt, but we'll have a chance to do it. I don't expect people to be able to analyze all of this tonight because I understand this isn't something we've talked about in detail before.
Thank you. I mean, that sounds good to me. I would say though, as soon as we could get it would be helpful, because I also want to make sure that it doesn't, we have the context within what we're considering before the final vote on it. But yeah, that seems okay from my perspective.
So I'm fine stopping the discussion.
I just wanted to weigh in on just I'll just voice some concerns now before next week about this. One, I think one of our goals on doing the committee was also cleaning up this section of code. So I have concerns leaving something in here that we know is not in its proper place. I think it's also, we have had many conversations regarding code enforcement, particularly over the last year. And I think one of the things that we've been wanting to do is give clear direction to staff on our intent when it comes to what we want to see on code enforcement. And I think this continues to muddy the waters a little bit on that respect. And also, if I'm correct, and I can ask the city staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but under the code enforcement on this chapter, it's 8.4. In the last 5 years, we haven't had one notice or our code enforcement people using this section of our city code. They rely more on the county code for these types of things. So I'm not opposed to saying we will come back to it to preserve it in some way, and look at chapter 6.12 in our county in our code to see if we need to augment it with some of these pieces. But I will say at the moment, I am not in favor of keeping additional language that we know is not in its appropriate place and may not even be accurate or what we intend for the council, and is not being used by staff. So
From the staff perspective, Madam Mayor, you're absolutely correct. haven't used that code in the last 5 years.
So just some other things to think about, and we can look at the draft whereas clause before next reading. Any other changes or suggested amendments before I call the first vote? All right, seeing no hands, will the clerk call the call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember Dubala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Okay, next we have our resolution establishing a sustainable investment and banking task force. And I will ask if someone wants to move this resolution. I see Councilman Dubala. Do I see a second? Councilmember Kovar. Are there any questions on this? I'm going to share my screen because we do have some potential amendments that are going to be proposed. Before we go to the amendments, any clarifying questions? All right, not seeing any. Councilmember Kovar, I believe these are all yours if you want to walk us through them.
Sure, there are 4 relatively small ones. I think none at the beginning. They all are in the on the second page and in the resolve clauses. So this is on establishing the task force, and we talked about that quite a bit. So the first one, and it's in 2A, kind of about a third of the way down the page there. And the language currently says clarify how the ordinance should apply. Well, previously it said clarify how the ordinance, it previously said, I'm sorry, clarify whether the ordinance applies to city uses. I'm afraid the track changes messed that up a little bit. So the original language said clarify whether and how the ordinance applies to city uses and impacts of nuclear generated electric power as well as nuclear weapons. So that's an issue that's come up about the application to not just nuclear weapons, but nuclear power. The thing that I would point out, though, is that in the purpose section of the nuclear free zone ordinance, which established all of this to begin with, it says that the purpose is to address harmful exposure to high-level nuclear waste, and the residents and representatives are urged to redirect resources previously used for nuclear weapons and nuclear power generation toward endeavors to promote and enhance life, and it lists a series of important endeavors. And so the act already cites in its purpose that nuclear power generation is part of it. So I understand we haven't always known exactly how to do that, but so to me, the original language saying we're going to clarify that the task force is going to clarify whether the ordinance applies to nuclear generated electric power is off because it clearly does. To me, the question is to clarify how the ordinance should apply. In other words, we know it does. How exactly should it work? Whether means it's not even clear that it does. And I think that burden has been met by that initial language. And again, sorry that the way this appeared from track changes knocked out what was originally there. So what it originally said, just to be clear again, so no one is uncertain, it originally said clarify how the ordinance, clarify whether the ordinance, whether and how the ordinance applies to the city uses of nuclear power. I'm suggesting that it just read as it appears here. So we're getting rid of whether and how.
Any comments or questions? Do you want to, sorry, Councilmember Kovar, do you want to move that as an amendment just because?
Yeah, yes, I will.
Feelings on the other one, so it would just be easier to get.
Yep. Yep. I will.
Would someone like to second that amendment?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I can't see everybody right now because I'm sharing my screen. All right. Any other questions, conversation? Will the clerk call the vote on the proposed amendment?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
No.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, Councilmember Kovar, do you want to go to your next one?
Yep. So now if we go down to the next to last resolve clause, initially in that first line, it says the task force shall consist of up to 9 city residents. And I know that a fundamental component of the general reform that we just passed in the initial vote prior to this is that we're trying, with a few exceptions, to focus on city residents. This, though, is just a limited time task force. And the one thing that concerns me is that it does require some expertise, particularly in banking and investment issues, and also conceivably on some of the details around nuclear weapons. And so it strikes me that it could be one in which it wouldn't require that we look outside the city boundaries, but that we not limit ourselves, because maybe in terms of banking investment, we want to, in particular, we want to find somebody who maybe wasn't a resident who could help contribute to the work that the task force does. So that's the purpose for that proposal, and I'll move it as an amendment.
Okay, will someone like to second that amendment?
Second.
Councilman Costick, second. Any conversation or questions on that? Councilman DeBala. Councilman DeBala, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry about that. If the concern is that we don't have, we might not have enough experts of the specific kind, there's a second amendment to this section that broadens the types of resident background we're looking for, which I think is adequate. And I personally feel pretty strongly that if we are talking about a nuclear-free Tacoma Park, if we are talking about a city climate action plan and how city finances relate to both of those, that it really ought to be city residents.
Okay. Any other, Councilmember Searcy?
One question for Councilmember Kovar. You know, in other task force setups, we've allowed for external speakers. We've allowed for, you know, that expertise to be brought in from outside. Would you be amendable to us making that point clear, where although the task force would consist of city residents, the task force could bring in external experts who are outside of the city to help them with their decision making?
Sure, that would be fine with me.
All right, so I will consider that a friendly amendment. Councilman Searcy, you need to send me that language. Hopefully you have it written down.
No, but I'll write it down.
All right. Let's see, Councilwoman Costick, since you seconded the amendment, are you okay with that friendly amendment that's been accepted by? All right. Any other comments or questions on this amendment? Okay, seeing none. So basically we'll get the exact language, but what we are doing is keeping it city residents to be on the task force, but making it clear that they can call upon people outside of the city who are experts to come speak to them and provide counsel. So will the clerk please call the vote on that one?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, next one.
Okay, two more. We're going quickly here. I have talked to Councilmember DeBala about this one, and I don't want to speak for her, but I believe she's okay with it. And again, what we've done here is just to add one more category of the kinds of backgrounds and expertise and skills that we would contemplate for inclusion. They don't have to be, but we're proposing adding in and related public policy issues. And again, the purpose for this is we clearly need people in municipal finance, banking, investment, environment, energy, nuclear, free sustainability, and so on. And public education outreach would help. What we want to avoid is a situation where we have a group of siloed experts and maybe no one who can help them pull it all together in the event that siloing is a threat. So this is really just, doesn't say we have to have anybody else, but it's just, it broadens the categories of those who we can consider. And I offer it as an amendment. So, and related public policy issues.
Great. Would someone like to second that? Councilman Dabala seconds. Any other comments or questions? Councilman Searcy, I'm going to take that as an old hand that you have raised. Yep. All right. Will the clerk call the vote on that amendment?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Final one.
Okay, last one.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you all for bearing with me on this. I appreciate it. This is just to change the date that the task force has to report back. And I think I mentioned this in a previous statement, but the point here is that the people probably won't be appointed to it until the latter mid-ish October, let's say. They won't really get underway until the end of October. Then shortly after that, a month later or so, then we get into the holiday season. It just strikes me that since there is some pretty technical work required, that asking them to finish everything by the end of January just seems a little too soon. It's just kind of my feeling. I can't put a precise time on it, but I thought let's just give them an extra 2 months. So that's the proposal. March 31st instead of January 31st.
My only potential concern with that is just bumping up against the budget. Because if we don't get a report from them, we're full blast into the budget. And there's, I think it may be difficult for us there may be some things that would impact the budget that come out of the report. And so I don't know if we want to keep it the January date, and then if they need to get an extension, they can come to us. But anyway, I just wanted to, I don't feel that strongly about it. But I worry that if it's a March 31st, they give us a report, where April, May, we're mostly nothing but budget, and taking on something like looking at sustainability investment plan might be a bit difficult at that point. It's also prolonging how long we're not recruiting for the nuclear free committee as well. Councilman Dabala.
I had a similar concern, and I was wondering if moving it, I understand the need for the concern about them not having enough time, but if we are going to act on this before the budget season starts, that suggests the end of February, not the end of March.
Councilman Costick.
Yeah, I have a similar concern as well. I do understand that it may be fast for them to be able to turn it around by January, but if it's possible, I think that would be best for us in terms of having enough time to really make sure we can discuss and consider within the context of the budget.
Mm-hmm. And it could be that they decide that they can only give us maybe an interim report in January, and they need an extension to finish it, and we could do that. Councilman Searcy.
Yeah, I agree honestly with Councilmember Kovar. After dealing with the Public Safety Task Force, by the time you bring 9 strangers together to work on something like this, depending on how we choose to have them facilitated, it might take them a while to get to the point where they can kind of hone in on specific aspects of what they're being asked to do, and then they run into the holidays. So I would encourage us to consider at least giving them until the end of February And then we could put something, make it clear to them either through implementation, like as they're kind of kicking off, that, if there are budget things or a check-in point that they think is appropriate to bring to council, they can do that. But they can also come to us if they need more time. Because it's now the end of September. So in reality, by the time they get recruited and stood up, we're talking about mid-October, and then bam, we're right into the holidays.
Mhm.
I'd be open to February,
Okay.
end of February.
Who
What's
seconded
the
this?
difference?
Sorry, who seconded this amendment? Was it Councilwoman Costick?
I don't know if we moved this.
I don't think there was a second.
No, shoot, I was doing so well. All right, so Councilmember Kovar, since we didn't technically move it or second it, do you want to just move for February?
I will move it and I'll move to the end of February, February 28th instead, or is that it? Maybe it's February 29th. Get that extra day.
No,
No, it's not.
it's not.
No, it's not. February 28th. Yeah.
All right, do I have a second for that? Councilmember Duvall. All right, any other comments, questions? Will the clerk call the vote on the amendment?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Yes.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, now, anyone have any other amendments or changes to the resolution? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the vote on the resolution.
All right. Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. And I just wanted to show everyone that I found the presentation on this topic in my notes, so that we had. So we are all set to go on picking up where we left off on that. All right. Next voting item is a single reading ordinance authorizing the purchase of an EV street sweeper. I know there were some questions on this. Staff has been answering them. So I just want to say thank you very much to our Director of Public Works, Darrell Braithwaite, as well as our Sustainability Manager and our Deputy City Manager, Jessica Clark, for compiling those. Before I ask for this to be this single reading ordinance to be moved, I just want to see if the city manager or the Director of Public Works had anything to say about this, or should I just ask for it to be moved and we'll move on with it?
No comments from our end. I think you can move along, Mayor.
All right, wonderful. All right, will someone like to move the single reading ordinance authorizing purchase of an EV street sweeper?
So moved.
Councilmember Smith moved. Do I have a second? Councilwoman DeBala, second. Any discussion or questions? Let's see, Councilman Costick.
Yeah, thank you. I first of all just want to thank the staff for all of the information and the detailed answers to a couple of questions I had sent about budget and specifically what was available in terms of police vehicles and a number of other things, as well as the more detailed information on the level of GHG emissions impact this would have. I have a couple of thoughts I want to share sort of on my position on this, but before kind of getting into that, I did just want to ask, it sounds to me from the answers that we got regarding the budget that the recommendation of staff is that if we were not to move forward with this, the remainder of the funds that were unspent would go to the recommendation would be it stays in the equipment replacement reserve, and there be a consideration of those funds in the following budget cycle. it was my impression from the answers that there was probably some option to do something sooner than that as well. Am I understanding that correctly? That it sounded like we could consider a reallocation of funds in a budget amendment prior to the coming budget cycle.
Look for Ms. Clark, if you want to answer that.
Yes, Councilwoman Cossack, that's correct. You could reallocate additional funding to greenhouse gas emission strategies in a fiscal 2022 budget amendment.
Okay, thank you. You know, there's probably going to be some further discussion of this. I do just kind of want to share where I'm at with it. I've given it a lot of thought and really appreciate that, like I said, the staff answers as well as the discussions I've had with a number of different residents. I think it's really, really important that we're considering electric vehicles as we make all of these purchases. And I think it's helpful for us to look at how, you know, what options are out there and how we can electrify the fleet. Like I said, the TPB had a report on the climate mitigation study that's being done, and it definitely indicates that we need to move towards more electric vehicles as a region, as a whole. The total percentage at the moment of electric vehicles is something like 0.06% of the fleet of the entire vehicles in the region. So it's very, very small. And clearly that is something we need to do to meet our goals. Some of the concerns I've raised with this are focused on the fact that I think we're in, and we declared last year that we're in a climate emergency. And I really want to make sure that the way that we're using our funds is taking every step that we can to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate climate change. So I wanted to make sure in some of the information I was looking for, you know, how much of an impact would this be, and is it the best use of these funds? And so given the limited funds that we have, I really do think we need to use those funds in the way that most effectively meets our goals, which to me are to electrify the fleet, but more importantly, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and move the needle on climate change. And so that's where I'm coming from with my position on this. I do think, you know, we've made some great movement on climate change, and we need to continue to do that. And I'd like to see us continue to dedicate funds towards that. I'd like to see some of the ARPA funds be used in ways that help us mitigate climate change. You know, looking at this specific purchase, I really dislike the potential that if we made a conventional purchase, we'd be using diesel for the next 10 years. But at the same time, I'm very uncomfortable making a purchase that I don't see the data bearing out the real impact on climate change that we need. And so I think we really just need to be focused on that goal of reducing GHG emissions the information that was sent from the sustainability manager regarding what could be possible if we were to electrify a home for a fraction of this cost, and the potential to, you know, potentially do 10 of those for the same cost of purchasing a street sweeper, to me makes a lot of sense. And that could be 10 times the amount times 10 years in reductions. And so at this point, you know, the information I have and the fact that we have the option within the budget to reallocate those funds, I think we need to prioritize the greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And I will not be voting for the electric sweeper purchase. But if it does not pass, which I hope it does not, but if it does not, I would like to direct staff to come back to us with a plan for how we can use the saved funds for an alternative and more effective use of greenhouse gas emissions. And sounds to me like the best use of that would be the housing fund, the housing electrification. Maybe there's something else. But that seems like the best option to me at this point, and I'd like us to consider that rather than this purchase. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, and like I said, I appreciate everyone's information on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councilwoman Cossack. Before we move on to someone else, I'd just like to get a point of clarification. The money is coming from the Equipment Reserve Fund as well as the stormwater. So if my understanding in the conversations I've had with staff is that this money would not be used for housing conversions and electrification. Those are things that we want to be doing, and hopefully we can use ARPA funds, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear that we would not be taking, if this goes down tonight, if staff does come back with options, it has to be options within the capital budget.
Right.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So we're not putting this money into them. That's not an option. An option could be, as Councilman Costick said, that staff could come back for, but first we'd have to purchase the diesel and actually figure out how much that is, because the estimate of about $250,000 difference is just an estimate this time, because the staff has not actually looked into the price of a diesel. Is that correct? Okay. Cool.
Can I just
Councilman
kind of-
Costick, yeah.
Can I just make sure I'm understanding, because my interpretation of the question I asked before and the answer and the budget answers that you sent was that we had the potential to reallocate those funds within this budget cycle. Not necessarily keeping them in the equipment reserve or, stormwater reserve, or kind of doing some alternative allocation of funds that would allow us to do something different.
Councilman Kostick, I think that part of the reason that the sweeper was funded out of the two different funding sources was because both funding sources are somewhat underfunded. So I think our recommendation would be to let those funds remain in those reserves, and that we would have to do a general fund increase for the housing electrification.
However, the council does consider budget amendments at times, like tonight, and it is possible for us to shift funds from the equipment reserve to the general fund so that we could use it for some other purpose. I normally argue against that. I want to make that clear.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a
But
first.
I'm just trying to answer the question correctly, that yes, you can make budget amendments.
Right, but we would first have to say we were moving the funds, and are we allowed to do that in this? I know we can do that in the ERR, but are we allowed to actually do that for the stormwater fund?
I wasn't thinking about the stormwater fund when I said that. I don't.
Right, so it's actually
think it is
probably 100 to 100. So the actual amount of money we're talking about potentially moving from the ERR to general funds to do something is actually more like 100 or 125, if that is the difference between a diesel, correct?
Right, but that would be needed to make the actual purchase of the conventional sweeper.
Well, now you lost me. Sorry. I'm talking about Councilwoman Costick's point that she said she's not going for it because she'd like us to use the funds for something else. And I'm just trying to make sure we all understand what is possible with these funds. And so what my understanding is the purchase price of the EV came both from the ERR and the stormwater fund. So I'm just saying the difference between that and the diesel is about $250,000. So would we, in my head, I was splitting that, but then again, between the two funds. So the actual amount that's available to move from the ERR would be like $125,000.
Yeah.
I think that's a decision the council would have to make, whether to continue to split the funds if we buy a traditional diesel power and split it between the two funds, or take it only out of equipment replacement or only out of stormwater. So that remains a decision for the council.
Okay, got it.
I'm so sorry. While we're on this topic, I just want to make sure that I'm clear now, because now I'm confused. Because I thought that one of the reasons why, stormwater money was on the table was because of, electrifying the vehicle, right? So would we have, in the past, did we use ever stormwater dollars to replace equipment like a sweeper, or did it always typically come out of the equipment reserve?
This will be the third time we've purchased a sweeper, so we don't have a whole long history. But the prior two purchases were equipment replacement fund items.
Okay. So in theory, the justification clarification around leveraging the stormwater dollars was, in terms of, the environmental impacts of going with an EV version. So if we take that same stance as a council, which it seems like we have the ability to do what we want. I mean, we sign the paperwork, but in theory, typically, if we go diesel, the first draw should come from the equipment replacement reserve because that is what it was established for. And therefore, any extra funds that we were planning to leverage from the stormwater fund should, in theory, go back to stormwater.
Yeah, you could make it an argument either way. The street sweeper itself is a critical piece of our stormwater compliance. So it plays a really large role in stormwater in that we get credit towards our state permit for the treatment that we provide by sweeping. So you can make an argument one way or the other, and that will really be a policy decision.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilman DeBala.
Thank you. My comments are based on my understanding that if we did not buy the electric vehicle, that the savings would be difficult to transfer to a project outside of the equipment reserve. So it sounds like that may not actually be completely true. But my understanding from reading the materials that the city staff put out was that transferring would be difficult. There would need to be a particular project to transfer it to, which at the moment, a program or a project that is not currently created because of staff capacity limitations. All of which is to say, I would be very frustrated waiting till fiscal 23 to take any actions on climate. So I have been looking high and low, along with Councilmember Costick, for other useful ways, particularly within the equipment budget, to use this money in this year for the purpose of climate mitigation. But we've come up short so far. But I also feel that, well, there are other benefits to the sweeper, starting with the health benefits of not spewing diesel for the next 10 years every time the street sweeper goes down the street. To me, that's pretty significant, and maybe more significant in a way than the actual greenhouse gas emissions, which for sure are a very modest contribution. And I'm looking at it in the spirit of the equipment reserve, which is an intention to save for equipment that will go over a period of years. So I'm thinking less about an expenditure we already budgeted for, we already incorporated into our budget and our tax rate and our other revenue sources. I'm thinking more about the spending over the 10 years that's coming up. And if you look at it that way, it becomes much less of a painful hit, particularly when you think about the lower maintenance costs, the lack of need, we don't need to buy diesel. It's not in traditional economic terms cost effective, but it is a lot less painful to me than it first appeared. And I do see these other positives. And I think maybe the most important is that I do think we are in a position, maybe it's because I just listened to all these other communities talking about electric vehicles this morning, but I really do feel like we are in an all of the above mode. We need to do everything we can and not just a few select things. So my intention would be to vote for it. If it goes down, I would also request that the city staff show us a proposal for using the money for climate benefit in this fiscal year. Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I voiced last week my concern about this project. And again, I wonder if Ms. Braithwaite could remind me of the price differential between the electric vehicle and the diesel.
We have quotes. Our lowest quote is just under 500,000 for the EV sweeper. Prior to putting forth this proposal in the budget, we got rough estimates from vendors of about a $250,000 cost for a diesel powered sweeper. So we're assuming it's about half.
All right, thank you. And that highlights the concern that I have that in this time of struggle where we want to do as much as we can to address the climate change and be a leader in doing that nationwide or worldwide, really. But at the same time, we do hear concerns about people being priced out of Tacoma Park, and part of the concern is the tax rate. And looking at a vehicle that is about twice as expensive to go with the electric, I just I have a real hard time voting support for that. I would, I guess my alternative, instead of just saying we would spend the money this year, is that we would look for opportunities in the near future to use that money for energy savings, maybe with electric, other electric vehicles, such as we've talked about for the police department, where the price differential would not be so significant. So I'm still inclined to vote against this unless I hear some of my colleagues' persuasive arguments and change my mind. Thank you.
Councilwoman Searcy.
Great. Well, unfortunately, Councilmember Siemens, you're not going to get that persuasion from me. One question I have for Director of Public Works is, the stormwater funds and our list of stormwater demands. I think one of the things that has really resonated with me was making sure that what we choose to do in this time of crisis will actually hit home and resonate with the people that we're engaging with every day, and how do we not only get the most environmental bang for the buck, but how do we get the biggest bang for the buck for our residents, because it is, we're shepherding their funds. And we hear a lot about stormwater. We hear a lot about stormwater demands. We hear a lot about stormwater issues on private property. We hear about stormwater issues in streets. Do we have, if we were to not move forward with this, but choose to reallocate or kind of put those dollars back in the stormwater fund, do we have projects that's lined up in queue that haven't had the resources just yet on the stormwater front that we could reallocate these dollars towards?
We have a very robust budget and plan for this fiscal year, and our 0.75 FTEs are working tirelessly towards spending that money. So we are fully up to our eyeballs in projects that we can do this year. And as you know, we have a 5-year list of projects in the CIP for stormwater projects. There's not a month that goes by where we don't hear other suggestions. So there's plenty of work to be done. Part of it is capital, part of it is maintenance. We continue to try to stay up on that with our stormwater funds, but we would not be able necessarily to add additional projects and compress that work unless we were to add staffing to the stormwater division.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not of the mindset that we necessarily have to spend these dollars this fiscal year, because I understand when we approve a budget, we approve a work plan, and people align themselves based on what we've said. And so, it's not fair to staff to now force folks to have to deviate from how these contracts have been established. But I do think that in terms of the price differential in this case, I think those resources would be better used towards stormwater work for the next, even if it's the next fiscal year. I know that there might be a possibility that we might be able to use some of those ARP dollars towards stormwater work, but in case there are some aspects, for example, we've heard from folks that there may be some folks that may have some challenges with their new stormwater fee based on how we've allocated things, or we might need administrative support with it, dealing with aspects of the new stormwater fee structure. Those are some things that I think will hit home more to residents right now than perhaps the EV street sweeper. So I lean more towards not approving this purchase for the possibility of us being able to do more direct support to residents in terms of some of the things that we hear day in, day out around stormwater improvements and things like that. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. It's complicated and there are good arguments on both sides. And I've heard from a number of residents in Ward 1, some of whom believe that we should continue to go forward with the plan to purchase this, both because it's in the budget and because it's part of our climate change framework, or it falls within that, and others who are concerned about the cost. And I think both of those are valid, and I've been trying to weigh them. And after listening to what everybody had to say and listening to folks here tonight and to the earlier comments in public comment period, I've reached the conclusion that while it's not ideal, it makes sense to support this purchase. And I'll just give some of the reasons why I think that's true. It is in the budget, so it's not new money beyond what we already approved. And in the current budget, we did approve that without changing the property tax level, as people know. The second thing is, I don't think that, from everything I've heard, there isn't an immediate project available that we would use this money for. So maybe something can be found. Maybe we can set it aside and use it in a future fiscal year. But we'd be doing that and then also having a diesel vehicle for the next 10 years and everything that involves. And so while the data provided by the staff indicates that the impact of going with the EV vehicle isn't massive in terms of reduction in greenhouse gases, it does reduce it. It costs less to maintain, and it's less harmful in terms of the other pollutants that it has, the fine particulate matter and so on. And with all of that, though, the less costly maintenance and so on, I'm not saying that the whole thing nets out. It's a net increase to buy the EV charger. Now, it's also possible, since maintenance is lessened, there's less wear and tear with a non diesel operated engine, that maybe the vehicle lasts longer than 10 years. And so if additional years go beyond that, then we get closer toward a similarity in terms of the costs over time. We do have rules against excessive idling of diesel vehicles in the state and in the county, and I'd really push the construction firm that's doing the math science building at the Montgomery College campus to abide by those. And so there is a recognition that diesel fuel is not as healthy. I think it's come down a little bit from where we were, the price, when the Public Works Director first gave us the estimated costs. And I did note that both of my colleagues Councilmember Duvall and Councilmember Costick mentioned in their COG-related calls today, I think that the concept of purchasing the EV vehicle fits within that. And, I think it might be different if this was like a 1-year purchase. If it was a 1-year purchase, I'd be fine holding on, waiting, seeing if we can come up with something else. But this is for 10 years. We're going to have this vehicle for at least the next 10 years. And so I think that's a big part of this. And David Blockstein, I don't think he mentioned it in his comments today, but I spoke with him earlier on the phone. He was also talking about the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions. And, I think we're all aware that that's, number one, unequal. Those who are less well off typically have a bigger share of that. But once you factor some of that in, the costs again get a little closer. Well, I'm not going to argue that it nets out cheaper to buy the EV vehicle. And then just two other points in terms of stormwater. I'm hoping, anticipating, really assuming that once we make some more decisions about addressing the urgent needs in terms of evictions and food security and some of the other things we talked about, that we are going to use some of the stormwater funds, some of the ARPA funds for stormwater. It's expressly permitted in the rules. We do have in the budget some money set aside to have an outside contractor do a study so we really understand better than we do now this whole question of stormwater flow over private property and so on. And I expect us to get into that. So to me, saying we're going to grab this money when we haven't even done that study yet, which may take a little while, I'd rather just see us do the study, follow that through, and then access some of the ARPA funds for it. So to me, all of those are arguments in favor of doing it. It is within our climate change framework. The cost is significant, and I'm not going to say it isn't. And I hear those who are concerned about that. I do want to say, though, it's in the budget. The budget didn't increase the property tax. I think people in Ward 1 know that I've fought to keep our property tax down. And I think in weighing all of those arguments for and against, and the cost is certainly one of them. For all the other reasons I cited, I come down on the side of believing that it makes more sense to go forward with the purchase at this point, and that's what I intend to do.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
I'd be the first to admit that I wasn't initially sold on this this purchase, but after hearing Ms. Braithwaite this evening, and the fact that we don't have, a ton of burning projects on her wish list, it does make sense since this money has already been budgeted. And once we get a ARPA manager on staff, that we can look at ways to really address the serious problem of stormwater issues in the city in Ward 5. Even though we spent $7 million on the Flower Avenue Green Street project, there are still neighbors that are suffering with their basements being flooded after any rains. So that is something that I hope we can come back to as soon as possible and start the discussion. But I think that, spending this $500,000, which I look at really spending $50,000 for a year for the next 10 years, would be a sound investment for the city. I just hope that the city manager and his staff with Ms. Braithwaite scream from the top of the mountain that the city of Tacoma Park has made this investment in this EV $500,000 vehicle. And we can give some tours and let other folks know how great the city is doing to do our part to reverse climate change in this world. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. So I guess going last, a lot of people said things. First, I just want to say that the sweeper we have now went by my house twice today. I thought like that was I thought it was pretty funny. Once in the morning and once in the afternoon.
And let's say that you heard it.
I heard it, and because my window is open, and it is very, very loud. And I think that is one of the things that Councilman DeBala pointed out, that there are benefits to going EV, and not just that, not diesel, but noise pollution is one of them. As we talked about before, lower maintenance costs, we're not doing oil changes and other things, and all those things have an impact on the environment as well. I will just say, like, in addition, I really do hope we're, as Councilmember Kovar said, like, once we take care of some of the urgent and immediate needs on evictions, workforce development, and other things, as we're looking at that, we are looking at infrastructure, stormwater, and things like that to use our ARPA funds for. And hopefully we will be getting more infrastructure dollars from the federal government. In addition, electrification of homes, I think we need to be doing that as well. And I think there are going to be places where, as a city, we may need to put money in, but again, there are ARPA dollars for that. There are state grants for that and regional grants as well. And I would just say that overall, the thing that kept coming back to me is the idea of purchasing a diesel vehicle and having that for the next 10 years. I just cannot vote for that. I can't do it, given the amount of pollution. If we want to talk about our trees and everything, it just like, overall, it's fighting climate, but there's so many other environmental benefits for going EV. And I have to say, the thing that just really clinched it for me over these last couple of days was hearing all the reports regarding climate change and the conversations. And I just want to read this one quote from a climate scientist, Dr. Michael Mann, who said, "We have a shrinking window of opportunity to prevent truly catastrophic climate change if we act boldly now. If we fail to act, we will leave behind a fundamentally degraded planet for our children and grandchildren." And I don't think they want that to be their legacy. And so I think of a 10-year purchase as one of those things that we're just like sticking ourselves with diesel for 10 years. And that's what it came down to for me. I don't think I can vote for doing that. So I will be supporting the EV this evening. Councilman Searcy?
Sorry, old hand.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other hands, I will ask the clerk to call the vote on this.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm here. Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
No.
Councilmember Siemens,
Hey,
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Nay.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, thank you. That should be the end of the meeting. No, but we have 2 work sessions. Next, we have a discussion of FY22 budget amendment number 2. And am I turning this over to the deputy city manager to walk us through? The city manager, who gets this one?
Yeah, I'll start us off.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Next slide. Want to share a few just the budget timeline and the calendar that we have. What you're seeing red is the budget amendment that we have before you this evening, as well as I just want to call out, having at the bottom there, that there will be more budget amendments, and typically there are several budget amendments every year, but there will be more within the next couple budget amendments. There will be some ARPA funding that will be recommended to you. Next slide. Here, just wanted to just call out this budget amendment 2 is really focused on operational needs that we have that has arisen from delayed in fiscal year 21, as well as expenditures that need to take place in fiscal year 22. Overall, there were some questions that we received from council about the overall impact, and that 228,654 is the expenditure increase for this budget amendment. And you see on the right there, the chart, the departments and the appropriation for each of the departments that we're requesting this evening. And I will touch on the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act allocations very shortly. Next slide. Here, I just want to just call out, there's a lot of questions. We use a lot of jargon and talk about appropriations. And so I just want to be very clear. So when we talk about appropriations, we're talking about allocating or devoting dollars to a specific purpose. And this budget amendment 2 is really focused on grants, adjusting amounts and existing line items in the budget, as well as new projects and purchases that we have for 2022. And we expect increases due to some of the early opening, and there was a lot of discussion, and we've provided council information, for example, with the recreation department. Recreation was supposed to open in January of 2022. Subsequently, there was a decision. We opened early July of this year in 21. So there are some impacts with recreation from a staffing perspective, from classes and other sponsored events. Next slide. With the recreation personnel, what you'll see is the increase in recreation, as I just stated, was just for some of the part-time staff, for the customer service, front desk, the game room, the Mac lab, team programs within the community center, as well as the reopening portions. It also includes for special events. Now, when we opened July 21, we didn't know if we would be allowed.
They voted to buy the sweeper.
Oh, we didn't know if we would be allowed and permitted to be able to host a lot of events for seniors and the youth, but we were able to do so over the last couple months. And this increase goes to support a lot of the class signups and additional classes that we've been able to provide to the community during the evenings. And so what you'll see with the recreation, just give you a snapshot. In fiscal year 19, we were able to enroll, had 614 participants enrolled in our programs. This same time in fiscal year 20, we only had 95 individuals enrolled in programs because we were in a pandemic last year. Still in the pandemic this year, but as of this month, it jumped back up to 311 participants enrolled in a lot of our programs. I know you're probably asking, okay, well, tell me about the revenue. So the revenue that we've been able to see over the last couple of fiscal years, in 2009 and fiscal year 19, we generated right around $43,000 in rec. Fiscal year 20, we were able to, same time frame, looking at September this month, we generate $0 last year. And then fiscal year 21, we were able to, from August to September 22nd, today, we've generated $28,000 so far. And so there's a lot of conversations on what we can do. And so that's what you have before you tonight for recreation. Next slide. Here, some of the items that you have is you already are aware of the stipend that you've already voted on for increase in participation within our boards and committees in the city. The police investigations, $19,933. That budget increase was the city owed life insurance payment in 2019 and was not paid in a timely manner due to a discrepancy in the coverage of the life policy, as well as administrative error at the time. The city owed interest on that payment. And so that's why in the police line item there, you see an increase for the life insurance. The about $40,000 for HCD is going towards low to moderate income residents through the STEAM program grants, which is science, technology, engineering, math, and the arts. And looking at, well, I'll touch on the grants when I talk about ARPA. Next slide. Within the general fund and capital projects budget here, just want to call out the first line item is the police vehicle equipment replacement expenditure for the $65,000. And I want to be very clear that this vehicle will be hybrid. There is not a pursuit rated electric vehicle available, as we previously shared from staff or council, but it is our intention from the police department and staff to transition our police vehicles once there is an electric option available when it exists. Now, the additional police vehicle was approved previously for an additional officer in fiscal year 19. There was administrative oversight at the time of including it in the budget. And so that's why we're bringing it forth this evening. The other items that you see under a special revenue fund are mainly reimbursements, particularly look at Flower Avenue. That's a reimbursement within the TAP grant that we received, the Transportation Alternative Program. The Safe Routes to Schools is reimbursements there, as well as for the Streetery MOU that we have with Montgomery County. They're reimbursing us for the partnership that we have with the Streetery. And then the library construction is just reducing the amount of the additional funds that we actually received through a state grant. Next slide. Here, I just want to recognize and just call out that there are several reimbursements that are still pending that will be bringing forth to council in the near future, that we're still working hard, looking at reimbursements and submitting those requests to the state, federal, and the county officials, that we expect to receive the 6th FEMA reimbursement in the amount of $17,000, thanks to Ron Hardy, our emergency preparedness manager. And when you look at the planning division, just announced this week, within HCD recently announced that the city is going to receive a newly awarded grant fund in the amount of $250,000 for the New Avenue Section B project. And then based on staff progress on ARPA spending, again, we'll be bringing forth a budget amendment focused specifically on some items we heard tonight, items that we've been receiving, and based off our senior leadership team workshops. Next slide. Now I just want to just remind council and the community, which council has already allocated that I shared at the last council meeting. There's still $14.2 million outstanding that needs to be allocated by council, and staff is consistently working on a recommendation that we will bring to council fairly soon. Staff is engaged, particularly I'll just raise the food insecurity RFP. I believe that Councilmember Kovar requested earlier. Staff is still engaged in conversations with Montgomery Food Council with the goal of trying to have something finalized and out at least by the end of the month. It could bleed over into the first week or early October. But just wanted to give you an update there as I'm going. Next slide. Just want to share kind of where we are. current steps where we are. We have a ARPA manager. We have several finalists that we will be interviewing next week. It is our goal to have that individual on board in very short order to be able to help us fully implement our program and recommend to council a very good plan for you to think about and support, endorse, change as you will. Next slide. And just want to continue to share with individuals in the community. And if you have individuals in your wards that want to continue to share information with staff, please share this email with them, arpa@tacomaparknd.gov. This is not the only outreach that will happen. This is just the initial step for us as we onboard our ARPA manager, as we continue to engage staff, and then bring something forward to council to have our next level of engagement. Last slide. Any questions, mayor, members of council? And I do have, if you have specific questions, I do have some of my directors here this evening that could speak to the questions as well. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was really helpful. One question I had on the grants. So that we didn't put that in the budget. That wasn't budgeted last year. I guess I'm confused why we didn't do that. Why that came up. Does anyone have, I don't know if
So Mayor, so part of it was it should have been a carryover. It was a fiscal 2021 balance
okay.
that wasn't put in the first budget amendment.
Oh, okay.
It's something the housing division, based on capacity, wasn't able to.
No,
to
that makes
carryovers.
so much more
Yeah.
sense. Thank you. Yes, I understand. All right. So that got it. That makes a lot more sense.
So on that point, it was supposed to be a carryover, but it wasn't. And so why are we not carrying it over in this budget amendment?
Because
my question.
the fiscal 2021 has been closed officially. The books have been closed. So now it's no longer a
okay.
carryover. but
Thank
it's-
you.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. And the other question I had, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the library. Can you just tell us more about that one? I was just curious.
Sure. So that was another leftover from fiscal 2021. Our new library director, Jessica Jones, was actually able to process the state grant reimbursement earlier than we thought. We thought we wouldn't get to it until the first quarter of this fiscal year, but she actually completed it right away. So we no longer need to pursue that reimbursement in this fiscal year because we already did it in the last fiscal year.
Great. All right, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Fox, thank you so much for this presentation. Well done. I don't recall, and also thank you, Ms. Clark. I appreciate it. I don't recall seeing anything about PPE. Are we still spending money on PPE? And can you just elaborate on that?
So I can take that, Councilman Smith. So the FEMA will still reimburse for PPE through the end of December. So yes, our emergency manager, Ron Hardy, is continuing to submit for reimbursement, and we have a lot of departments that are purchasing air purifiers, disinfectants, foggers, masks, extra masks for visitors to the community center, et cetera. So all of that will be submitted to FEMA through the end of December.
Is there any way we can stockpile any of that, or does it have to be like a one-on-one type of, you buy it, you use it, then you try to get reimbursed until December? I mean, is there any way we could say, oh, we've used X amount over the last year, we just try to, get reimbursed for that amount of money?
Yeah, I mean, I assume there's some limit, otherwise we'd have all jurisdictions stockpiling to get reimbursed for it. So I'd have to ask our emergency manager for more details on that, but I like your line of thinking there.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Great. Any other questions on the budget amendment? Councilman Devala?
Yes, thank you. My other question had been about the police vehicle and why we were suddenly adding a police vehicle when we added the officer a while ago. And in the written materials, you did explain that, and I understand it, but could you just say that again for residents? Because it is a little confusing when we have a whole process that normally works very well to identify and screen need for vehicles, and yet somehow this vehicle didn't quite make it into the budget, the original budget for this fiscal year.
Yeah, in fiscal year 19, we were given an additional officer. What failed to happen in fiscal year 19 was the funding for the vehicle and some other associated costs were not put into the budget. When we were doing our review of the vehicle replacement committee, we realized that the numbers did not match per the number of vehicles and the number of officers that we had. And that's where we caught it last year. So that's why you're seeing that one-time cost for that vehicle. Now, what's going to happen now is the replacement of that vehicle per the vehicle replacement specs is now going to be added to our vehicle replacement cycle. So the next time that vehicle is replaced, it will be replaced via the vehicle replacement committee review and vehicle replacement fund as opposed to the general fund. So that's why you're seeing that at this point.
And so the net number of cars is going to be what police vehicles is going to be one more.
Essentially, I mean,
essentially. And so up until
replacement.
now, you've been mixing and matching to get everybody covered.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, we look at fit and we look at the number of vehicles per sections. We look at, when we're looking at replacement and so on and so forth. So yes, but when we're looking at the number of vehicles we need, we were always wondering why we seemed to be a little bit lower than we were. And like say during last year's vehicle replacement committee meeting, we realized that, okay, well, before we had 42 officers, now we have 43. Why is this? And we look back and then we realize that, okay, there's not that extra vehicle that we should have gotten in fiscal year 19. So it's a comprehensive formula that we review as far as replacement of vehicles. And I just do want to touch on the electric vehicle. Ford has recently come out with the Mustang. They are doing some testing on it. It is not currently pursuit rated. As I've said multiple times, we are absolutely committed to go into an all-electric fleet and for our patrol fleet when that becomes available. Last year, we transitioned to the hybrid as soon as that became available. So we're constantly monitoring the technology, and as soon as it's available, we will transition to that. It will be some additional cost that we'll have to factor into the vehicle replacement fund as we did with the hybrid, but I think it's well worth it.
And just since you brought it up, do you have a sense from what you've been reading of when the testing might be done, and are we talking months or years before this gets pursuit rated and hits the market?
I do not believe that the Ford Mustang is going to get a patrol pursuit rating. The Michigan State Police does pursuit rating and does the evaluation of all police vehicles. I do not believe that vehicle is going to pass that certification, but if it does, and when and if it does, we'll transition to that for our patrol fleet. And just for clarification, we're talking about the vehicles we use for patrolling, which need the pursuit package, not our administrative vehicles, not our neighborhood services vehicles, which are electric vehicles and so on and so forth, which we're already transitioning to electric vehicles.
Thank you for explaining that for residents as well as for us.
Sorry, I was on mute. Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. This will come back to us next week as a voting item. Thank you again for all the work in this. Thank you to the city manager and the deputy city manager. It was a really great presentation. It was very helpful. I appreciate it. Our last item tonight is a work session and discussion of an ordinance amending our Tacoma Park Code, our personnel chapter, to add a holiday leave. And we're adding Juneteenth as a recognized legal holiday. And I just want to say thank you to the staff. I'm glad we were able to move forward with this ordinance and advance this in the city. And I just want to see if any my colleagues had any questions about this, or I think we can move this one pretty quickly next week. Councilmember Smith, yeah.
I would just say, I want to recognize whomever wrote this resolution ordinance. It was very well written. The information that was in this legislation that we're considering this evening is the history is just fantastic, and I hope my colleagues actually read it and members of the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for lifting that up. And perhaps this is one, I know sometimes when we, some of our ordinance or resolutions of other things that we pass, we do put on social media and other things. And this might be one that we want to see if Donna Wright has any ideas on that. Or maybe April might have an idea of putting something in the city newsletter. Because I concur with Councilmember Smith. It was apparent a lot of work and thought went into that, the ordinance. So any other?
Mayor, if I can jump in.
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor and council, I just want to say, definitely want to thank all the staff members that actually helped prepare this ordinance that you see before you tonight. Several members went into drafting language that actually you see before tonight. So just want to thank all of them. They know who they are that helped bring this forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Well, not seeing any other comments or things, we will come back and vote on this next week. And so with that, 10 p.m., not so bad. I think we can adjourn for the evening. We got an awful lot of work done. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. You know, even when we have meetings where a lot of our votes are usually 7-0 or 6-1 or 5, like, you know, but when we have a vote that's a little close, like our one tonight, I just truly appreciate the respectful dialogue and discussion we can have, and the thoughtfulness that everyone brings to a conversation, and how we can be respectful and agree to disagree on some things, but know that we all hold the same values and working towards the same goal of making our community the best one it can be, and working with our staff and setting them up for success. So I just wanted to say I appreciate all of you, and thank you for a great meeting, and see you next week. We're adjourned.